Atamaria ko te katoa. What a packed gallery we seem to have all of a sudden. Welcome to this morning's Pītau Pūmanawa meeting. Please join me in a karakia if you wish to open. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhunga, tihai, mauri ora. Right, members of the committee, please let me or Democracy Services know if you need to leave the meeting. Do we have any apologies? Perhaps from Councillor Brown? Someone, yes, would someone like to move that we accept his apologies for lateness? Thank you. I see that moved Councillor O'Neill and seconded Deputy Mayor Foon. I'd like to move that motion now. Please vote.
So I'm online. I'm just not quite sure where I find the thumbs up, so I'm giving you the hands up instead.
I think you can type into the chat. Is that right? Yes. Okay, I'm being nodded at. I think that's the way.
Say that again?
I think you can type into the chat of the...
Okay, thank you.
Teams call. Okay, I declare the motion carries. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest they may have with regard to the agenda today. Great. I move that we approve the minutes of the previous meeting of the Pītau Pūmanawa. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote. Kua mana. Okay, there are no items not on the agenda. We're now going to move straight into public participation. Welcome, members of the public. I believe we're going to start with Emily Markere Broadmoor from the Wellington Writers Studio. Morning, apologies for pronunciation. You have 10 minutes. Again, we're ready.
Good morning, thank you for having me in. So I run the Wellington Writers Studio, which operates out of 145 Cuba Street. It's a beautiful heritage building called the Berry Building. It's 34% NBS. Right now, the Writers Studio is able to operate out of this building precisely because it has not yet been strengthened. As the owner of the building, my husband and I are really keen to ensure that even after strengthening this building, we will still be able to house the artists and writers, some of whom have been residents in this building for 13, 14 years. So this building is a really important creative hub in Wellington City. It provides affordable working space for a large number of people. There have been many famous authors through its walls. It's also a wonderful piece of Wellington heritage because it is the site where World War I soldiers were photographed before they went off to war. So it's a very special part of Wellington. Now, what I'd like to speak about is the consideration that you are giving towards removing money from the Heritage Fund and putting it into the Living Wage Fund for creatives, which I completely appreciate is a very lovely thing to want to do. I do think there is a lack of understanding, however, about who the landlords are that own a lot of these buildings around the city. I think there is a perception that we are sitting around collecting rent money and making a lot of profit off these buildings and choosing not to strengthen them. The reality is that for my husband and I, and I'm sure for a lot of landlords across the city, we have seen absolutely no return from these buildings for many years, especially with the economic situation. We see ourselves as custodians of these buildings, custodians of the people in the buildings, and we feel incredibly strongly about restoring them, strengthening them, and making sure that they remain beautifully looked after and preserved for our city. So, as a landlord who works very hard to meet the mortgage every month and to keep everyone in this building, all these creative people, I would like to ensure that our councillors understand the reality of landlords, make sure there's absolutely no perception that we are choosing not to strengthen our buildings and that this fund is actually incredibly important for our city. And I'll tell you why. We bought a building at 168 Cuba, it's the Olive Cafe building. We received $63,000 from it was the Post Kaikoura Fund. That represented about 5% of the $1.3 million development budget, which was money we borrowed from the bank. It's not money we had. It's money we borrowed in order to strengthen that building. Now, we managed to strengthen that building very cost-effectively, very quickly, and we did it in a way that meant that all the existing tenants were able to stay in the building. Now, for those of you who might not understand this, what that means is that when we strengthened the building, we didn't overcapitalise, we could keep the rents at the same level, and all of those tenants who were already in this building, in the hub of Wellington's creative centre, could stay in that building. They weren't pushed out for an architecture firm or a public relations agency or a big fancy tech company. They're all the same tenants. So that is what we want to be doing with the Wellington Writers Studio and McLeavy Gallery and the artists, some really long-standing artists, all these great people that make our city what it is. So I would like to ensure that when you are considering removing money from this Heritage Fund, that you do consider that the impact that has on our spaces in our city. Because spaces and places that people can come and work from, be members of, the Writers Studio is $30 a week. None of this stuff exists if the leases are pushed up to a really high level because the costs of strengthening these buildings are just so high. I'm really willing to take questions, really happy to take questions if you have any, but this is a really important matter and I'm really grateful to be able to speak to it. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, thank you for coming in this morning. One question for me before we start off. Is there a particular time frame that the strengthening of these particular buildings tends to happen within, or if there's a legally mandated backstop before which things must be done?
That's a really great question. I think it's really important to recognise that if there's any sense that maybe not enough's happened in the last few years, the reason is that we're all underwater. These buildings are returning no profits, and yet the insurance costs are eye-wateringly high. There's no spare money. Landlords do not have spare money to strengthen buildings over the past 3 years in particular. But we're now entering a time where rates are coming down, and that will start shifting. Landlords are going to be in a position, my husband and I included, where we're now looking at our building at 145 and saying, it needs strengthening, it needs a lot of work done. We're now, instead of being underwater, we can actually start looking at how we can fund that strengthening project. And at that point, we are going to be looking very closely at how can we do this and make it affordable. What grants can help us here? And I would also like to say that it's not just about the financial grants. When we did 168 Cuba Street, which we did with very young children, one of the biggest differences was, and I can't remember the man's name, but there was a man in council who really helped us and essentially eased the regulatory environment that we were working in. From memory, I think it made the consenting very fast, very efficient. It took away a lot of the fees associated with all of those sort of council interactions while you're trying to move a building towards strengthened. So it's not just about the money, it's also about an attitude from council to actually ease the way to make these things possible. So in terms of timeframes, yes, some buildings are prone, and I know they're on timeframes. Our building is not prone, but it is only 1% below being prone. So we do need to strengthen it, and we need to do that in a way which doesn't mean we end up having to push out all of those creatives from that building.
Did I see a question from Councillor Panel?
Thank you, Emily, for all the work that you're doing to keep our heritage. So it's just two questions. Some people argue that the money that we've got is so small that it doesn't make a difference. So I just wanted to draw that out a bit from you. And also just that your argument, I'm just clarifying, is that these heritage buildings are actually a critical part of our creative city, and including in Newtown, and that we need them to foster creativity.
Absolutely. One of the things I've been told the most by the many writers and creatives who use the Writers Studio, these are not just writers, they're playwrights, we have a lot of screenwriters, a huge number of people, is that, wow, it's so cheap, and before all I could do was, there was a place out at Shelley Bay, but God, the windows were broken, it was freezing, or, out around fringe suburbs. People were pushed out of the city because to get anything like what I'm offering on Cuba Street, it costs $150 a week, and then you're in a corporate sort of shared workspace environment. What we're doing in this building is only possible because the lease is affordable. And we really want to make sure that even post-strengthening, we can make sure that lease amount works so that we can keep all of these creative people in the city.
Any further questions from the subcommittee? No. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you.
Next we have Fatima Iftikhar, apologies for pronunciation. Welcome. You also have 10 minutes speaking on behalf of the NZ Eat Day Trust Board.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi mahana o te wā kia tātou, and salam alaikum. Thanks for having us here today. I'm here to talk to the grant application we made to the Social and Recreational Fund for 2025. I've got a video that I sent through, if we can play that, just to sort of show what funding from Wellington City Council enables for our wider Wellington City Council, wider Wellington City community. It was a YouTube video.
Please just give us a moment, sorry.
All good.
Waking up in the morning to takbiratul Eid. I put on my finest shoes and my finest Eid outfit. Calling up my loved ones, wishing them Eid Saeed. Jump in the car and head to the masjid to pray Salatul Eid. The day we've all been waiting for. A wave of joy has been sent from above. Celebrations around the world. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak, yeah. Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak, yeah. Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak, yeah. Eid Mubarak.
I wonder if the video is muted.
Sorry, was there a comment from someone online that I might have missed?
Oh yeah, the video is not working. Councillor Winera, it's been written.
We'll circulate it after this meeting. Thanks for letting us know. Please continue.
It's always good to start with a little bit of music in the morning. So we wanted to come and talk to you a little bit about the alignment of our event strategically to the intention of this fund, particularly around the social well-being of our communities, making our city inclusive and accessible, and investing in sustainable and connected communities. So we've also applied to the CH Azad Bequest and noticed that officers have recommended to the committee that we are declined for this fund. We just wanted to highlight a lot of our community is represented by the refugee and migrant community, which are for needy and disadvantaged groups, and these events really provide a highlight in their year as well. So starting a little bit about what is Eid. So Muslims around the world celebrate two festivals annually. It is Eid al-Fitr, which is celebrating the end of Ramadan, a month of fasting. And then we have Eid al-Adha, which is a festival that celebrates sacrifice and the end of the Hajj in Mecca. So in Wellington, we've had New Zealand Eid Day since 2022. The New Zealand Eid Day Trust has been in place since 2010. We have organised large events in Auckland from 2010 onwards, and we decided to bring the festival to Wellington in 2022. We started off with our first event in July 2022, We just completed our event in April this year and having our next one coming up in June, and it's only grown. We've got over 4,000 people attending regularly now. Just drawing out your attention that the Muslim population in the Wellington region is about 6,700 from the last census in 23, so we're kind of bringing about close to 60 to 70% of our Wellington regional population. And what we've also noticed is that it is a regional event, attracting a lot of visitors from outside of the region as well. Particularly this last event we had in April, we had people travelling down from Palmerston North, from Hawke's Bay, particularly the Lower North Island, to attend this event. Another thing that we've also been doing is reaching out to our wider community to engage, not just for the Muslim community, really promoting the event as a chance to come celebrate with us on the day as well. I just wanted to draw your attention in terms of the cost and funding of these events. We are completely volunteer-based. There's absolutely no profits garnered from any of our events. It costs close to about $40,000 per event, and close to 60% of that cost is the venue costs of having it at Sky Stadium. They've actually been very accommodating and providing us more of a community rate, really supporting us with some of their in-house grants as well. However, we just wanted to say that the Wellington City Events Fund has helped us previously, and this year we've also applied to the Social and Recreational Fund just for us to be able to meet those costs. The Ministry for Ethnic Communities, their Ethnic Development Fund is our main funder. It funds close to about 60% of our costs every year. But I think one of our key asks, I suppose, of this committee is to think about multi-year funding, potentially through the Arts and Culture Fund. Maybe we could shape our application to particularly fund a part of the event that sort of meets the criteria of that fund. We want certainty over time, and to have to come every year, to apply every year, and not sure if we're going to get the funding or not does cause stress, I suppose, given that a lot of this fund is based on grants as well. I just wanted to highlight, we do reach to our community to also fund this. We have local sponsors. We're trying to increase that base. We've got close to about 70 Muslim businesses in the Wellington region now, and we are working with them to think about how do they support us with funding. We also have revenue generated on the day. We have over 35 stalls that sell all sorts of different international food and merchandise, so we do get some revenue from that as well. So we are looking at other avenues for how we fund this event. We've also done a lot more work in actually marketing this event. It is a free event actually for the community. We've been working with Wellington City Council to use your billboards and public advertising avenues as well. We would really appreciate further support through your social media channels and maybe connecting in with Wellington NZ to really promote the event. We're coming up for a weekend event this time around, and working with Sky Stadium to really promote it as a community event on a weekend as well. So you're all welcome. As usual, we usually send out invites to you. The event will be confirmed on the 27th of May after we sight the moon for the new month. So it'll either be on Saturday, June 7th or Sunday, June 8th. I believe there's a Hurricanes game. If the Hurricanes win, schedule for the Saturday, but that's looking unlikely, but I'm not the one to say that, so let's see how this weekend goes. But yeah, we're working with Sky to sort of shape our event if the Hurricanes game is on, or otherwise we'll have a full event at Sky. So that's from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m, and you're very welcome to attend. And I think that's us, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the subcommittee? One from Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi nui, Soha, thanks for all your mahi. I see that the organisation has got 5K from Social and Rec, but did not get 3K 3K, sorry, from the ISID. Do you have an understanding as to why the funding might not have been approved for the 3K from the ISID? Or?
Well, I was reading through the papers, and it looks like the ISID Bequest was heavily subscribed for compared to the allocated amount. And I sort of, they're all very worthy causes that are covered in the Bequest. So, we were declined, but we were just hoping that, that 3K would have played a big role in terms of supporting us for our next event. Understand that we've been approved for about 5K for the Social Recreation Fund that this committee will decide on. Any further investment would be gratefully accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the subcommittee? No, in that case, thank you very much for coming in. I've been to the festival a couple of times myself. It is very good. Okay, could I just confirm whether Mr. James Coyle and Ms. Susanna Lees Jeffries are in the room? Okay, in that case, we'll move on to Ross Jameson speaking on behalf of the Hub/Toitū Pōneke. Welcome, welcome. You have 10 minutes.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for time to see you today. I've got a presentation for you.
Give us a moment, we'll just pull that up.
Is that coming up on the... There we go. I represent Toitū Pōneke Community and Sports Centre and Pōneke Rugby Club. I'm the chairman of Toitū Pōneke. Very grateful for the opportunity to meet with you today and to put our submission to you. We represent 8 sporting clubs: darts, golf, golf, where'd I say it from? I played it. Darts, rugby, netball, dive, swimming, the Hope Centre, and softball. So a great range of sports, but actually the actual centre is actually 3/4 community use, and not so much sport. So it's a vibrant community being used, and this last year we had 87 different community groups use the centre, an average 50 different bookings a week. So it's a very busy community centre. I'd like to appreciate the officers helping us to get to this point today. I'll just run through the presentation quite quickly and have time for Q&A. The submission's joint. The Kubuni Park is managed by the Wellington City Council under the Reserves Act. What we are doing here, we actually are finishing the project we started in 2016, where we completed all the social and training and function spaces. And this is to bring us up into gender-neutral change facilities. Our current toilets and showers, which I'll show you shortly, communal shower heads around a room, which makes it very unappealing and very unsafe for the community. So it's time. I was very privileged to work for Sport New Zealand for the 3 Women's World Cups. They were here in the last couple of years and managed their gender neutral project, so it's something very dear to my heart. The centre operates without any OPEX funding from council. We're one of the only hubs in New Zealand that survives in that way. It's hard, but we survive. And we have a sublease with the council who operate the downstairs changing rooms and clean them as part of their management of the field. 1,600 diverse members, as I talked about before, 87 groups, 30 of them regular, coming back time and time again. We've had 800% growth in the use of the facility since 2017, which is an incredible success. It's considered by Sport New Zealand as probably one of the most successful community hubs in New Zealand, and we are put out as an exemplar by Sport New Zealand for other hubs around New Zealand to follow. 2 full-time staff, and I'm joined here by Jen Stevens today, who's our General Manager as well. There's a list of some of the, just give you a taste of some of the groups we welcome to the centre every month and week. Some of them are weekly, some of them are monthly, some of them a little bit less regular than that, but a great diverse range of Wellington community, which we're very proud to host and make our venue affordable for. Picture says 1,000 words. Just an example of what we're doing there. Why we're fixing this, you can see the public toilets, the showers, completely unsafe. When I played footy, that was a very acceptable way. It is not anymore. And I must say, it's not anymore, not only for different genders, it's also not anymore for males. The body issues and all these sorts of things, it's just not acceptable anymore. So we're having a lot of players from different codes who actually play their sport on the field and then will go home, because they're not comfortable showing, and then they're not welcome back into the social environment, which is a negative. So urinals are a thing of the past. So they call me Mr. Anti-Urinal at Sport New Zealand. Construction, we're looking at a 3-year phased approach. That's largely to manage the funding. It's too big a project to do all in one go with the funders these days. Solari Architects did the job in 2016. We're using the same quantity surveys. The job has already been QS'd. And we'll do a competitive building process, which is actually involving club construction companies and some external ones as well. The benefit of club people is they're passionate and they give back contingency. They make sure that they're working hard to actually make sure it's good for the club and the community. So we always want to have some club builders who are capable involved in the role. The key focus, obviously, the gender neutral change rooms are desperately needed, but also as part of that, on the ground floor are currently 2 public toilets. So we're going to make that 3 accessible public toilets with change tables. A park of regional significance, and also with the skate park being built, this is an important facility for the region, the community, and users of that park to have something safe and more practical there. Other benefits will come out of it. Secure team storage right now. People, so when they're playing on the park and they're using the change rooms, wallets, cell phones, car keys, just sit in bags in a shared change room. It's not safe, it's not secure. We're addressing that. We're extending the deck. It's a very popular deck to overlook the park for events like round the bays, rugby games, softball, etc., cricket. Prepare to move from gas to electric like the swimming pool is. In 2029, we will move from gas. So we're actually going to make sure that all the connections are available for us when we are looking at solar or electric right now. Solar is electric. So that is the next project. And also it is consistent with the Wellington City Council's design concept for Kilbini Park and the master plan. And we're going to put some more straight lines and a little less hidden alcoves, which is safer for the community. I won't bore you with that. That's just the ground floor plan. Green is phase 1, the public change rooms and the deck extension. Blue is stage 2, the second year, which is the visitors' change rooms and all the gender neutral showers you can see there, private shower cubicles. And stage 3 is the home change rooms and shower spaces. So it's a 3-year project. Highly policy aligned. I think we're able to tick almost all boxes, apart from the clubs that use it, are very aligned and keen to see this happen. It meets all 4 of the Wellington City Council's main criteria and policies that relate to this. And, the whole concept of better facilities, not more, is one we're relying on, and we couldn't support more. Sport New Zealand gender neutral principles that came out of the project that I did with Sport New Zealand are being followed, and Nuka Ora are very excited about what is happening on Kilbini Park as well. I just thought that was a cool photo. There it is. The project, $2 million that's been QS'd at. We ran the 2016 project completely to budget. In fact, we were about $20,000 under. So we experienced on the venue. That project was $2.5 million, of which the council put in $770,000. The rest was funded by the rugby club, who are the building owners. And the hub leases the building off them. Various trusts and Lotto very supportive. Very pleased Lotto have come back on board. We've got the same case manager. They're very excited about seeing the venue completed as a community asset. So they are, whilst we have to go through that process, we're confident that Lotto will support. You can see what we were asking there for the Sports Mall Partnership. Paniki are going to raise some more money, and the Newtown Community Trust have shaken my hand on $400,000 as well. So overall, we're probably already 70 to 75% of funding there or largely verbally committed. So it's feeling good about that. Risk mitigation. The phased approach is going to help us. If we have cost escalations, we'll do a tender upfront right now with the builder for all 3 phases. If something happens, we only need to do the phase, and the venue will still be safe and secure and deliverable if we actually have a funding shortfall and need to take a breath for a moment. But I'm feeling that we're in pretty good shape overall with the council's commitment at 47% that we will find the 53% required to complete the task. Closing, I'll come to Q&A, but obviously East Cricket and Marist Football alongside at Kilbini Park, they're making their own application right now for a building. I can reassure you our relationship with East Cricket and Marist are very, very strong. They are still considering becoming members of the hub, whether they get a building or not. What we can't do is help on a busy winter, Saturday, changing rooms are going to be an issue. This will address part of that, but not all of it, and storage for those clubs is still an issue. So we're relatively agnostic with East. We're not supporting or trying to protest against their building. If they get one, great. We would just love to welcome them as part of the hub community on Kilbini Park, and we have a very warm relationship with them. A lot of shared members, summer and cricket and winter members. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming in. One question from me. Do you find that in the situation where members are paying dues, are they fairly consistent across all sorts of sports?
The use of the facility. Sorry.
Yeah, so the dues that people might pay to be a part of the club, are they fairly standard across all different kinds of sports?
The fees people pay? Oh no, the fee that the clubs pay is $20 per person to be a member of the hub. That's consistent across all the sports. Some of the sports have their own membership. They're all sovereign clubs, so they all run their own sports and clubs. So, like to play rugby is $100 a year. Junior rugby is about the similar price. To play softball is a bit less. Netball, SMOG, $350 to play netball. Right. So no, it does vary, and that's up to the clubs to manage themselves. But our membership of the hub is a consistent fee.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Brown?
I was looking at the long-term plan of the council for Kilbirnie Park, and it seemed to be ambivalent about its ongoing use for team sports, which I was shocked by. I mean, do you feel like team sports remain the sort of the priority use of the park, and that they will continue to use the park ad infinitum?
Tim, I'm very biased. I'm a big fan of community sport and structured sport. Look, it's well written, this pressure that's structured. The kids these days want to do pay to play and a bit more flexibility in their life. But the value that community sport gives and structured sport gives the community is just, you just can't measure it. If you were at Paniki yesterday, the Old Timers Day at Paniki Rugby Club on Saturday night would be probably one of the most vibrant club healthy communities, opportunities I've seen for a long time. Probably 400 people there from midday to 11 o'clock at night. We're not talking about an alcohol-driven venue here. We're talking about a social occasion, people drinking coffee, non-alcoholics, and of course some having a few beer. But from 2-year-olds to 90-year-olds, it was heartening for club sport. Is it on a downward spiral? Potentially, and that's something we can address going forward. But in the short term, our clubs and use of the city is growing every year, so we feel good about it.
So that's the actual.
I'm sorry, Councillor Brown, we're out of time.
Yeah.
And sorry, Deputy Mayor Finn. Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, could I confirm whether Mr. James Coyle is now in the room? Yeah. No, mai haramai, please come up. Tēnā kōrua, welcome. You'll have 10 minutes to speak on item 2.4 from the Newtown Festival. Welcome.
Kia ora. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Check. Yeah. Kia ora, I'm James Coyle. Hello to everybody. And also introducing Emi Pugoni, who has been production program manager for the festival and now acting director of the Newtown Festival. So we'll speak, and there was yes, that's come up, a drawing, a site map of the festival to check out while we speak, and there's one other image that we might head to later on. So I'll start speaking and then throw to Emi in a bit. So thank you all for hearing us today. As you can see from the site plan, the festival is too complex to even describe. I'm sure you've all been there, and if you haven't, zoom in and have a look at how much of Newtown is closed and how we fill that space with stalls and stages. One of its key things is that there's a Newtown Festival Trust and a Newtown Festival Office, but it is also owned by the active participants who show up and contribute, and we're talking about several thousand of those people. But it's expertly wrangled and made safe by the operation team and the directors. And why is it like this? I think it's the festival door at 123 Daniel Street, which has been Martin Anna's house, has literally always open. And Martin Anna have spent 30 years saying, yes, we will include you, encouraging participants and using the incredible local knowledge to fit people in and control the site and develop innovative ways of processing the participants so that amazingly it runs absolutely smoothly every year. So as I said, I'm James Coyle. This is Emi. I mean, how do I know this? I worked at the festival from 2008 to 2015, doing similar work to what Emi is doing now. And when I was starting my own career as musician and project manager, and now I work for the College of Creative Arts on new programs in screen and music. And remained a trustee of the festival along with Judge Andy Nichols, Deirdre Tarrant, Noel Woods, and Martin Anna, who will stay on and continue as trustees. So we put forward a robust application this year following the Trust getting together with the operational team over a number of months, working in detail on the figures and the plan, and we're confident in our need, which included a large ask for an increase to our baseline funding, which we saw as a sort of one-off baseline adjustment because Martin Anna announced their retirement from the festival just before the festival last year. You would have seen the articles in the paper. And so we're navigating that period out of their house and out of that 30 years of goodwill and volunteering that they've put towards the festival. So we thank the council officers for their recommendation, and they've responded to our request and provided an increase to baseline and a one-off increase for this transition period. So they've recognised this place that we're up to. And we'll be okay for the 2026 festival, but from 2027 we'll have a shortfall. In 2028 we'll be carrying large financial risk, and I'm aware that this is a 3-year contract that has been discussed today. So the festival is in real danger of not achieving our goal, which is at least another 30 years of Newtown Festival. I think there's an opportunity to fund us what we've requested this year, and ensure we can get on with attracting new operational management with a view to the future and retaining our over 50% funding from other sources. We want to have a presence and an office in Newtown, and what an opportunity for our partners in this festival, Wellington City Council, to also connect to the festival and to the participants that I described at the start. On staff is Rona Carson, who's the current chair of the Newtown Residents Association. Emmy represents a huge part of the arts community. There's emerging arts producers that work on the festival, interns from Massey, local involved cultural groups, and we ask for your support to possibly think outside the square. We're founded on community resilience, urban development, significant economic impact of the over 450 stall holders, and 13 licensed premises that are on the day, including 150 food stalls. But we're here today for the Arts and Culture Fund, and we thank Wellington City Council for your support, and we please request that you recommend the funding as the council officers have put forward. And because this is the arts and culture, just to give you some community highlights, arts, culture and community highlights from this year's festival, Emmy's got some stats that she's prepared.
So the 2025 festival was possibly the best one yet. Martin and Anna get to leave on a high note. And just so you didn't know, it's the biggest free music and street fair in Aotearoa, let alone probably Australasia. Potentially the biggest road closure, maybe except for running events. It falls on Aotearoa Children's Day. Next year it will fall on International Women's Day. Our big facts: 16 stages, 6 after parties, at least 3 unofficial after parties, 200 acts, 220 performances, over 1,000 performers, 417 stall holders, thousands of active participants, and 100,000 as a conservative estimate of audience. One zone said they had 30,000 people through, another zone said they had 25,000. There are 22 zones. We are serving diverse lineups. More than 150 acts represent marginalised groups in the community. 51 of those have members who are Māori, 49 Pacifica, 102 women, 13 non-binary, and 35 LGBTQIA+. We also don't have the stats, but we showcase a lot of youth performers and artists. We are serving creativity and local creativity. 174 artists are from the Wellington region. That's 89% of our program. 104 acts performed original music. 106 acts performed at Newtown Festival for the first time. And to further the local stats, 54 stalls were run by the immediate local businesses, cafes, galleries and groups around Newtown and a little bit surrounding that, and 55 community groups had stalls fundraising or providing information about their cause. So, yeah, does that give you an idea of
the programs just come up on the screen.
Yeah.
An incredible, like, emerging, party and festival for emerging artists, and sort of important New Zealand music showcase, as well as cultural representation on these stages. 10 years of Tangata Whenua stage, 3 years of the Pacifica stage. So I want to have some time for questions, but just finishing off, really appreciate the positive relationship with the council and the WCC officers, and that we still have this problem in a couple of years' time that we need to resolve, and look forward to working with you to resolve those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. We have a question from Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora, James, and thank everyone from Newtown Festival for the mahi, and just appreciating we had good kōrero yesterday. Are you and the Trust comfortable with where we have landed and okay to keep working with Council to meet the funding required over the next few years?
Yes, we see the being able to deliver next year's festival is a real positive.
Yeah.
But we're just super aware of the risks we carry from year 2 and year 3, and then it's a 3-year contract. But we were given some assurances that we could work together and start to see avenues and ways to get through to the funds we needed. But I'm also aware that there's an opportunity this year to set us right for 3 years to enable to be able to attract some people into the festival and get us, through this period of the transition from Martinana.
Okay.
And one question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. What a legacy to leave behind for Anna and Martin, and for you to continue with it. My question is, as an institution, how can you tell us a little bit the maturity, because they've been investing their time and energy, including you, all this time, and now Anna and Martin just taking a bit of back seat. Still they're going to support, but the maturity of the institution, and we want to continue that vibe in Newtown.
Well, I don't think you could write the way that this festival has come together. It's come together something like Notting Hill Carnival came together in the UK, and it is like Notting Hill Carnival, and I think that comes back to that ownership by the people. And quite simply, the investment in the institution has been Martin and his house, has been their time. They've been the underwriters for this festival, and we thank them for that, and thank you for highlighting them. And also, they ran a design office, and that was the festival office in the basement of that house. So that's, I think, the best way to describe it, and also points to the issue we have of a baseline leap at the moment, because that underwriting is, we can no longer rely on that. Yep.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you very much for both coming in. I went to the festival this year and last year, and it was fantastic both times. And I hope it continues for at least 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers. I think I saw 2 very well-dressed people from the Royal New Zealand Ballet in the gallery. Would you like to come and speak to us now? Welcome. No mai. And you will have 10 minutes to speak on item 2.5. Welcome.
Morena koutou. Thank you, as always, for this opportunity to speak directly to members of Council, and particularly the Grants Subcommittee. We'd like to start by acknowledging the contribution of all councillors to the city, and particularly to the arts in the city through this term. We're aware that this is the last time we'll see some of you around this table, and would like to particularly tautoko Councillor Whenua as chair of this committee, and also note that he is very well dressed himself. And throughout this term, we've hugely appreciated the great interest and support that councillors across the council have shown for the Royal New Zealand Ballet, both in attending performances and in visiting us behind the scenes at St James, and just in keeping in touch with us. It means a huge amount to know that people will pick up the phone and ask. And as a company which is perhaps a little bit invisible on Courtney Place sometimes as we sit in between the Splash Club and the TAB, it's really nice to know that you're looking out for our interests and for the interests of the wider arts sector and community in Wellington. We'd also like to thank the Council's officers for their ongoing support and guidance in managing this application process. We do value the chance to come in and say hello through the long-term plan and through the annual plan and all those good things, but this is really the chance for us to talk about our work and bring you up to speed with what we're doing. This is the first time that we've appeared before this committee since returning to our home at the St James Theatre, and it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge the significant support of Council towards that project, and it's made such a difference to our mahi to be back at home together after almost 4 years in temporary premises. So like many of our colleagues in the arts sector, we've gone through a lot of change in the last few years. It was great as part of this application process to be able to share our new strategic plan, which has begun this year with Council. We feel that our own strategic aims and the 3 po of our strategic plan, advancing Aotearoa New Zealand's world-class talent, uplifting our hapori and embracing innovation and dynamism, are closely aligned with Wellington City Council's ahotene, and we're so glad to be walking together on this journey with you. 2025 and 26 mark a real change for the Royal New Zealand Ballet in the increased number of performances that we're scheduling in Wellington. During 2025, we're presenting 22 main stage performances at the St James Theatre, as well as 4 daytime performances for children. This is a more than 25% increase in activity compared with last year, and so we're very grateful for the recommendation currently before the committee, which also increases Wellington City Council's investment in our work. It's a great vote of confidence. In 2026, we're planning 18 performances at St James, together with new opportunities for tamariki through our long-standing partnership with Te Papa and an expanded investment in children's ballet. We'll continue to work with Wellington-based musicians and to serve our community through a broad range of education and accessibility initiatives. I just pulled some numbers out of our annual report today. It's wonderful for us to be based in Wellington, and we do so much in this community, but it's a fantastic springboard for serving our country. And just last year, our education department, most of whom were trained at the New Zealand School of Dance here in Pōneke, engaged with 189 schools across Aotearoa, delivered 700 dance workshops in the community, and engaged with almost 50,000 people through attendance or participation in education and community events. So you may see the work in Wellington, but it is at the heart of so much more. And I hope that you feel proud of the difference that you're making through your investment, not just to our city, but to our country. Our investment in more performances and more community activity brings more opportunities for Wellingtonians as audience members, but also as performers, production staff, venue staff, and more. We're strengthening our relationship with the New Zealand School of Dance through many secondments for students, and also formalising our relationship with Toi Whakaari to develop secondments for their students. And this collaboration enriches all of our organisations and also ensures that talented Wellingtonians can make careers in the arts here. We know that our year-round presence in Wellington brings significant economic benefit to the city, with our most recent economic impact assessment showing that the RNZB brought direct expenditure of $11.79 million to Wellington in 2023. This impact will only increase as our activity grows. We're currently working on independent research to review the social impact of our work, and we look forward to sharing results of this investigation later this year. We've provided a lot of factual and financial information in our application, and we'd be happy to answer questions from councillors regarding any aspect of what we do. So this is your opportunity for us to say thank you, but also for you to do some in-person due diligence, and both Tobias and I welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No, miraculously, I have none either. So I will just thank you both very much for coming in. We deeply appreciate the presence of the ballet on Courtney Place, where it belongs, and in the St James. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Could I please invite Ms. Kim Bailey from the Creative Capital Arts Trust to speak to item 2.1, review of the living wage for non-council events fund and company.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kim Bailey, toko ingoa. My name is Kim and I am the Chief Executive of Creative Capital Arts Trust.
Kia ora, I'm Bianca Bailey. I'm the Festival Director of Kubarupa.
Sorry, we're just waiting for our presentation to come up, but I can definitely start talking. So Creative Capital Arts Trust was founded in 2011 to bring Kubarupa and the New Zealand Fringe together and to give it the professional and stability that we can do under this one organisation. And we have seen some really amazing results from that. And the last year, we've definitely seen some leaps and bounds. We've developed our new strategy, which was presented in September last year, and we've already been smashing that's a few pages on. There we go. We've been smashing some of our measures of success on that. We've also been seeing the success of our succession planning and the development of Creative Capital Arts Trust becoming more of a professional institution and ensuring that we have better risk management. We're supporting our emerging artists and looking to the future. So one of our big succession plan results is Bianca stepping into the director role and myself stepping into the chief executive role. So we're really happy with that. Where am I meant to be pointing it to? There we go. Now it's probably going to go 4. So.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I'd just like to share some of the amazing highlights of our festival that we had just at the end of March this year. So Kubarupa this year was a wonderful celebration of our local creative community. This year we really took the time to go and connect with our local businesses and artists to hear about what they wanted to see at the festival and what they wanted to get out of it, and they wanted that positive celebration of our city. So that's what we ended up delivering with over 347 scheduled performance, 19 hours of programming, 38 stages and creative zones, and over 1,220 artists across the festival. So pretty excited with a mammoth festival this year.
Kia ora. New Zealand Fringe, as you can see, celebrated its 35th year this year in Pōneke. Our wonderful Pōneke community came out in force and really gave us a boost over the last 3 years. Actually, we've grown from strength to strength, which is an amazing opportunity for us to support our emerging arts and artists to stay here in Pōneke where they feel supported. Over this time, we've also been able to develop our national Fringe Association, which is a collection and a space where we can support the other fringes in other regions and create a tour circuit for our emerging artists and their innovative works. So over the last year, we've also supported Show du Cafe, which was the Mayor's Best in Fest award winner, to tour to 2 different regions. So they toured to the Manawatu, up to Tauranga, and then returned to a sold-out season here at the Hannah Playhouse with also the support of the wonderful Wellington City Council. We've also, over the last year, supported 8 other events around the Motu to tour to at least 2 other fringe festivals. So this has been a really important way for us to make pathways for our emerging artists, and it's been exciting to see that just go to strength from strength with the support from CNZ and our Pacifica team there to support the inclusion and diversity of the festival.
Awesome. So that's a little bit of what we've been doing. So we also supported the summer series this year. This is our Show du Cafe, and we also support a collaboration between the major classical music institutions called Classical on Cuba, and we're really excited to be looking at that again for this year. This is all the people who work in our core team to bring this together, and they also come on board for the different projects that we undertake as they happen. The main thing we'd like to talk about is what the future is looking like for the organisation. So we are really grateful for the support of Wellington City Council, and we would really like to thank the events team, especially Gisela and Stephen, who really support what we do and ensure that the system and the process is as easy as possible, and that the fact that you are looking for the stability for organisations for us for 3 years, and this 1-year fund as well that will allow other organisations mechanisms to develop more stability from that measure. One of the things that we would like to identify is CPI adjustment. There are a lot of costs, and a lot of costs are going up. The next 3 years, we project that that's going to continue, and this also comes under the living wage. So the living wage has really supported our organisation and has also supported us to be putting money directly into the pockets of artists to fund the development of their programs. This fund hasn't adjusted at the rate of living wage, which means that it eventually becomes not dividable by the living wage. So we would really like to see that be addressed within that grant, make sure that it is increasing by the rate of living wage and that other grants are increasing by CPI. The other elements that we would like to, just again, identify that the living wage is really important for our artists. Development of work often doesn't get paid because the rates that they are getting from their ticketing covers the expenses of their production and the actual delivery, but not necessarily that development process. So our living wage grant has been directly supporting this, directly supporting artists to create new work in Pōneke and to create those pathways. So that's kind of our main points to discuss today. Are there any questions for us on that?
Thank you. I have one from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Actually, I've got two. I've got three, but Chair can shut me down. Just the summer series, did that was fantastic that you came on board for that. Did that increase your workload, or do you think it helped the vibe of what you're doing for the city?
Yeah, I think, it does increase workload. I think what was really great about it is it allowed us to extend some of our contractors so that they only had to focus on what they were doing with us. Lots of our contractors are requiring lots of different contracts. We don't have the funding to support our operations manager on a full-time. We've only got 4 of us that are there all of the time. It meant that over that summer period, most of those contractors weren't having to look for other work for that time. They could directly focus on delivering summer series, Cuba Duper and New Zealand Fringe. So we saw it as a major benefit for that.
Great, so a positive outcome for the organisation and arts. Okay, classical on Cuba, what are you thinking about that? I just see there's a non-certainty there in terms of funding.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a difficulty for the organisation. The classical music institutions that we work with really value this collaboration. We have the young, energetic audiences that they are really wanting to tap into, and that audience development is so important. Without the funding, it is a big challenge. This year, we have adapted the model slightly to make it that they are bringing the programming, and we're here to support with the marketing to get into our audiences and to support the venues to ensure that they are getting out of it as well. But without that funding, it's obviously an uncertain moving forward. We plan to deliver this year, though.
Okay, kia ora.
Thank you. I had one question from me. I wondered if you might be able to provide us a quick update on the Tauaha situation and how that might be affecting your forward planning.
So Te Awaha is a really important venue for both the New Zealand Fringe and for Cuba Duper. We are worried, obviously, about that future planning. What we are currently doing is working with other organisations and other venues. Without that, it will be a huge impact on our emerging artists, and we would really like to see some support, I guess, to keep that space open or make it available to the community. One of the biggest challenges our artists have is access to affordable venues within the city at the capacities that they can work up to. You can't go straight into the Opera House. There has to be stepping stones through that, and so Te Awaha is a very valuable part of that ecosystem.
Thanks very much. And one final question from Councillor Upton.
Cool. Obviously, Cuba Duper Newtown Festival is just the coolest thing we have in this country. What the collaboration looks like between you two and empowering each other, and also just like sharing knowledge and
Yeah, so some of our contractors work on Newtown Festival as well and vice versa. At the moment, we don't have a direct collaboration. It's something we're very interested in looking at. We do think it's important for them to do what they do best and for us to do what we do best. But we think both are such important parts of the city, important parts of our artist development. And so we're very open to that, yeah.
All right. If there are no more questions, I think that concludes the submission. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Right. I now have Ms. Denise Graham on behalf of the New Zealand Council of Victim Support Groups Incorporated speaking to item 2.6, the Social and Recreation Fund and Company. And I see there's a hand up.
Kia ora koutou, ko Denise Graham toko ingoa, ko kai whakahari putea, ko Manaaki Tangata Victim Support.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Kalama. I'm the GM of Fundraising and Communications at Manaaki Tangata Victim Support. Thank you for having us today.
Thanks so much for giving us your time today. We just want to start by acknowledging Council's past investment in our mahi. It's enabled us to achieve some amazing outcomes for the people in Wellington who are affected severely by crime and traumatic events.
Thank you. Manaaki Tangata Victim Support provides free 24/7 support for people directly affected by crime and traumatic events. We've been around for about 40 years now. We are free and available 24/7, even if a crime isn't reported. We support people at their time of crisis and through the justice system so they feel informed, empowered, safe, and able to cope. Last year, we supported over 50,000 people, which was the most we've supported to date. But we have a lofty goal, which is to support every victim of crime in Aotearoa.
So we provide tailored, immediate and short-term emotional support, practical assistance, information, referrals to other agencies and support through the criminal justice system and the coronial process. Our support, as Kalama said, is free and available even if a crime is not reported to the police. In the past 12 months, we have responded to the needs of over 2,000 people in the Wellington City Council regions. However, there were thousands more incidents of harm reported to police. Some of those incidents we provided support for included aggravated robbery, family harm, fatal motor vehicle crashes, fire, fraud, home invasion, homicide, rape and sexual attacks, sudden deaths, and workplace accidents and suicides. Sadly, around 28% of those people we supported in the past year were victims of family harm. Being a victim of a crime or traumatic event has a much wider negative social impact on the community than just that of the victim. And when family harm rates so highly in our referrals, we know the negative social impact that has on our tamariki and rangatahi. Our staff training programs address the serious and challenging environments in which we must equip them to work. Before they provide face-to-face support, they must be adequately equipped to deal sensitively and appropriate with vulnerable people, often going through the worst times in their lives and often in the presence of children. Your financial support will contribute to us being able to continue to provide our free and exceptional services to people who are going through the toughest of times. So let me catch up with the slide. So Manaaki Tangata is victim-centric, trauma-informed and titiriti-led. These three core principles complement the Victims Code, which helps us live our organisational values and form the basis of our practice. We are committed to titiriti. Our upholding titiriti o Waitangi across all areas of our work. And this year we will be employing a GM Māori, Paul Whirinaki, to lead this mahi. Recruitment is underway and we hope to have the person in the position in the next 2 to 3 months. Māori are overrepresented as victims of crime, making up 17% of the population, but 26% of victims. Through our tīwharenga framework, we honour Te Tiriti principles, acknowledging historical and intergenerational trauma for Māori. Culturally responsive and mana-enhancing support is the gateway to improving well-being for all New Zealanders.
Our support is EPIC, emotional support, practical assistance, information, criminal justice and coronial process support, and through referrals. The slide there has some of our key data points from last year, and as we mentioned before, this is growing every single year.
In relation to that data, we supported over 50,000 people nationally last year as an organisation through Aotearoa, and around 2,000 people from Wellington. But we know that for every victim we support, there are at least 10 to 20 other people who are affected, work colleagues, friends, whānau. Our victim assistance scheme, our victim assistance scheme, although represented in our financials, is not part of our operating budget. We are gatekeepers of this fund, and the $12 million that we received last year, we're very excited that that will be increased to $14 million this year from the Ministry of Justice. However, like I said, it does not form part of our operational or frontline service delivery costs, and that funding goes directly into the pockets of victims who are affected by serious crime.
We have a long-standing partnership with New Zealand Police. Though we are not part of New Zealand Police, we are an independent charity. We have an MOU. They house us, so all of our offices are within police stations or police offices. And the MOU also ensures that we have a strong collaboration with them. They're one of our key stakeholder groups, along with MOJ.
And although we aren't an add-on to MOJ, we are essential to it. Interpersonal, including violent crime, is half as likely to be reported as household crime. Most victims never reach a courtroom, so tougher penalties won't deter most offenders. Victims risk long-term trauma, disengagement, and further victimisation. There is a clear link between victimisation and future offending. But we can change this trajectory. Supported victims are safer and more trusting of the justice system. 42% of the victims we surveyed last year said they would have dropped out of the justice system if it weren't for manaaki tangata. Last year we had a report done by Impact Lab on measuring our social return on investment, and we know that our funding stakeholders are really keen to see outcomes, but also measured outcomes. Every $1 invested in victim support transforms into $5.60 worth of social and economic value, contributing to a stronger, safer Aotearoa. The funding, if we are approved, will have an $84,000 ROI for Wellington City Council.
Kia ora. Any questions?
Thank you. We have one question from Pauiwi Hohaia.
Sorry, kia ora. Thank you for all the work you do. I have a question around victim offender reconciliation. Is there any scope for that in your mahi or no?
Yes, indirectly, I guess, because that is managed by the courts and police. However, we do facilitate restorative justice conferences and support whānau and people, our victims, through that process. We don't work directly with offenders, we work with the victims, and we're victim-centric, and we know that putting victims before the offender is the way to justice for those people.
And a question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for what you do. And my question is, in Wellington, nearly about 20% of Wellingtonians are ethnic community from ethnic background. I wonder, what kind of lens you use to serve this part of the community and the understanding of the multicultural and multifaceted challenges in that space.
Kia ora for that question. Our CEO, who is a dynamic, people-focused leader, works very, and our senior leadership team, which Kalama is also part of, work very closely with the Ministry for Ethnic Communities.
I might just add to that a little as well. We also work with a number of other community agencies and community support groups alongside Ministry for Ethnic Communities, and we are currently investigating an inclusivity advisor role as well to ensure that we're reaching all of those hard to reach communities within Wellington and Aotearoa more broadly.
So probably that includes, when we talk about ethnicity, the religious side of it is just...
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, thank you. We're almost out of time. Thank you very much for coming in.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Right. If there is no further public participation, then I would like to move us to morning tea. Please come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. No mai haramai, everyone. Welcome back to the hui. In accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm going to accord precedence to certain items of business and announce that the agenda will be considered in the following order: 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then finally 2.1 at the end. Okay. Therefore, we're going to move to item 2.2. This is the living wage for non-council events, March 25. Please welcome Gisela Carr and Stephen Blackburn to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. Before I go into the Living Wage Fund, I just first of all want to acknowledge the enormous amount of work by Mark, Sean and Gloriana and the whole funding team. And I also want to acknowledge Catherine Graham, our funding advisor, who's unfortunately not able to attend because she's had several family members pass recently, including her father, the great Fred Graham, a pioneer in contemporary Māori sculptural art, which I wish to acknowledge this morning. So, Living Wage Fund. This is the third and final of the 3 planned funding rounds for this financial year, 24-25. There was $104,234 available for the round, and it closed in March of this year. In the assessments and in making recommendations for support for these events and projects, officers have determined that the applicants can demonstrate how they will utilise funding to support the pay of artists, staff, at living wage rates. In assessing the applications, officers also consider alignment of the application with council policies and priority areas, particularly around ahutini. A total of 10 applications were received, 7 of which are being recommended for funding. They are shown in Table 1. Table 2 lists the 3 applicants that are recommended to be declined in this round, although one of them you'll see we've actually recommended they be funded through arts and culture. Open to questions.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions before we move on to debate? One from Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora. Just for the public record, just 2.8 Newtown Festival Trust has been added in. Could we just have a bit of an explanation regarding that addition? Kia ora.
Yes, kia ora, Deputy Mayor. The context here is that in addition to multi-year living wage funding, so if you recall, the fund splits, the 300,000 splits into 2 categories, 150 for multi-years delivered through their contracts, and then the other 150,000 through project applications, which is what you're dealing with here. The Newtown was approved in addition to their 50,000 through the multi-year contract. You approved an additional 25,000 for them through this project fund. And in relation to the dynamics and complexity facing Newtown at the moment as they transition from one model to another in their 30-year history, we are suggesting that it would be useful to continue another grant from the project fund for the festival in addition to what you'll be considering for them as multi-years today.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No? In that case, thank you, officers. We will move to debate. Does anyone feel particularly strongly about wanting to introduce this? Great. I will introduce it, and Councillor O'Neill will second. Fantastic. I'll just speak briefly and say that I think this has been a very successful fund. I'm very grateful to the councillors originally who put it up and started the ball rolling in this court. We have a living wage accreditation, and I think it is of great benefit to our reputation and also to the artists to whom we grant and whom we serve as the council. That's all I will say, and I conclude by saying that there is an exciting plan for the future of this fund to continue in a different form. I'll leave it there. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. Actually, I'd just like to reiterate, I mean, I feel I can speak freely on this because I have no conflict of interest. But I am aware of just the benefits of the Living Wage Fund and how that funding does go through to the artists and how the enormous difference it actually does make to practitioners. So I think it's been a very successful initiative of Council, and it's really made a major difference to the vibrancy of the arts community and the ability of especially artists or other practitioners who are coming through to be able to kind of get started and get the show on the road, basically. I think this has been money very well spent.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Just to interject in debate for a moment, in case there's any confusion at the table, this paper will not consider the matter of the moving of funds from the Heritage Resilience Fund to the Living Wage Fund. That paper will be considered last. Yes, no, I understand the confusion. There are two similarly named papers for some reason. Let's continue with debate. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you for acknowledging how this fund came about, Chair. I guess I just want to really urge everyone to support the addition recommended by officers, 2.8, the extra funding for Newtown Festival. We have been putting in a lot of work over the weekend and during the week to really understand the predicament for Newtown Festival and what we need to do to meet that. So this was the balance of the Living Wage Fund for this year, and officers have recommended that this will help support Newtown Festival as they transition into a new model. So I really do ask for your support on that extra funding. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any further comment? No, and I'll waive my right of reply. I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, those in favour, please press 1. Those against, please press 2.
So for some reason my machine is not responding. The answer is 1 in favour.
Thank you. Okay, kwa mana. The Subcommittee will now move to item 2.3, the Arts and Culture Grants Framework Review. Please welcome Gisela Carr and Stephen Blackburn to introduce the report.
Kia ora, councillors. May I introduce Andrew Darlington from MSH Consulting, who has been the principal architect working with us on both the framework, the survey with the sector, the living wage review, and so and we've given you in a number of the papers the findings of those reports and surveys, and Andrew can answer those questions. As a general comment, you approved this framework in principle. We've been in discussion with you since last December. We've shaped it with you, in discussion with you and with the sector. At the last meeting, you approved it in principle. You asked us to first of all consider, we were always going to complete a living wage review. You asked us to consider how that might fit in to the framework, which we've now actioned. You asked us to talk to the sector. I'm very pleased to say that we have had a very strong positive response. We had less than 5% negative comment here. We had 95% approval for annual stability grants, which doesn't surprise any of us in the least, because it's a really good idea. And I think in general terms, sitting between 70 the 90% mark. So we have actioned the things you asked us to do, and so the framework's back for you for consideration.
Great, thanks very much. Excuse me. One question from me just to start off. The move, or the simplification, I suppose, of people who previously had to apply under an umbrella organisation now just directly applying to that organisation. Is that going to be reminiscent of, is that going to prefigure our approach to granting in the future? Like, are we looking to kind of outsource our granting to community organisations, or are we still very keen to keep them in-house?
So there are two umbrellas. There's an umbrella by which you can't apply for a grant at all unless you come in under a legal entity, and a lot of arts projects don't. So there's an umbrella whereby they reach into a mothership, and that mothership agrees that they can apply. We want to review that. We're not sure we need to keep that in place. We'll come back to you on that. The second umbrella is, and it's probably a misuse of the term umbrella, but we fund through the multi-years people like BATS and Circa Theatre. They are presenting agencies, they're not venues for hire. They agree what their program will be. And we have had traditionally those applicants, some of those applicants who will appear at Circa during the year, for instance, also applying to us for separate funding. What we've asked in the framework is that those people that the decision about the level of funding they should get is better made by the presenting organisation who can look at the totality of that rather than us who get only a partial picture and we get it in a random way. So we think it's better and they think it's better in our discussions with them. But beyond that, I think it's always interesting for council to consider whether it devolves funding or not. There are some very successful devolved funding models, but I imagine a mix of that in the future is what you might want to consider, because your closeness as elected members to the communities that are being served here, I know, is an important consideration.
Thank you. One question from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you, and thanks for all the clarifications in the last wee while. My pātai is around the proposal to fund organisations and then manage the living wage through their scheduling. So is there something with the new changes that makes it clear to those organisations like Circa or BATS that they are expected to kind of consider or fund living wage in terms of within that multi-year funding allocation? Does that make sense? Sorry, gone a bit around.
Is the question perhaps that how do we ensure that these organisations definitely pay living wage as part of the funding we give them? Is that the question?
I guess, sorry, so, okay, say for example from the perspective of someone putting a show on at Circa, if they previously were able to apply for funding through living wage, in this new model they can't because Circa receives a multi-year grant, what kind of certainty can the person putting on the show have around making sure that either Circa might cover that cost for them or from the customer interface if they are no longer applicable for living wage funding because their host organisation is getting it?
The exemption is actually around the Arts and Culture Fund, the project round. We don't have a living wage beyond this year at the moment, so that's not really applicable to this curation fund. It's more around them being able to apply into future project rounds, which are the remainder of the ANC funding, to make that funding far more about independent artists and specific projects rather than programming of these theatres. The curation fund would also be a ring-fenced amount within their multi-year agreement, so it cannot be absorbed into operational costs. It is purely to fund those artists and co-ops to deliver a program within their wider program.
Cool, thank you.
Any further questions? One from Deputy Mayor Finn.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one question I have is there the ability for council to really continue to build on relationships with our multi-year funding, in our multi-year funding and the stability grants, just that with the outcome that if we can see opportunities where, for example, if an organisation is trying to deal with the same costs that everybody else is, that we can see that and perhaps seek an outside of the box solution. So I guess the question is around keeping on building our relationships, making sure that we've got good understanding of the challenges and that we're also seeking outside of the square thinking to solve some of the challenges that are there.
We currently we assign a relationship manager to every multi-year funded organisation, and we will do the same to annual stability clients. And they meet regularly. It's part of our whole structure of working with them. So we have direct connection with them on a regular basis. I think your point, though, is an interesting one, which is really to the heart of how can a council shift the dial for these organisations. As you'll see when we talk about multi-years, you've not been able to grant 700,000 of what was asked. And I have no doubt that by and large that 700,000 is needed. So, and anyone who's in the funding game understands that you're always falling short of what people actually need to do, what they need to do to pay people properly, you know. So the question is, can we, given money is not infinitely possible here, are we able to look at things like traffic management? Are we able to look at collaborative workspaces? Are we able to look at joined up campaigns that might drive audiences and marketing and therefore help people with the entrepreneurship in their projects? I think there is activity we should take there, and I think it should be centred in the new triennium really around the fact that we're starting to unfold a whole lot of new openings, you know, Te Matapihi's opening, Town Hall's coming back on stream, so there's capacity to look at those things.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. I guess in terms of the framework, and I'm not too sure now because there were so many papers to read, but it did, I mean, I'm a very strong supporter of the basic proposition you've come up with, but it did seem to me that we should, with multi-year funding, be CPI adjusting them at the very least. And I think that's, you know, a problem if you don't. But the second thing is around the reporting, which I can see is critical. You know, council does need to make sure that KPIs are being met with multi-year commitments. But I would like to make sure that you guys are going to be liaising with organisations that get multi-year to make sure that the information which they're going to be providing is going to be efficient, if you like, because I mean, I'm aware that at times providing reports and, you know, sometimes whether the reports to the CNZ or the council or a Pokey Trust or whoever, if they're relatively standardised, that can be relatively, you know, benign. But if there's too much work, then that actually is work that is, you know, is a distraction from other stuff, just like road cones, which, you know, I totally agree. If we could do anything to limit the cost of traffic management, that would be fantastic. But I'd like just to make sure that you will be liaising with the recipients around the information that they will be providing to make sure that that you're not, you know, that the 90-10 rule pertains, if you like, that you're not going to be asking for stuff that is going to put too much burden on them.
Yep, you're looking at people who've spent their lives filling out such reports. So we support this idea. Actually, the next phase of work includes asking Andrew to work with us and also you and the organisations about how do we give you meaningful reports. I mean, we can give you reports that say we spent the money, but how does that relate particularly to ahutini, and how does it relate in a way that's meaningful for those organisations so that they themselves are already producing this information? The more aligned it is to the things they want to know about, the easier it is for them to provide it to us. It's when we ask them to provide a whole lot of random stuff. I mean, Mark's team have done a lot of work through the Flux development to simplify this over the 5 years I've been here, but we want to go to the next stage on this now, and that's the next piece of work over the next year.
Any further questions? No? All right, thank you very much, officers. We'll move to the debate. Is there a mover for this motion? Okay, I will move the motion, and Deputy Mayor Foon will second. Is there any debate? I will waive my right. Yes.
Mihi, just to briefly thank officers for all the diligence that you've done as a part of this framework and review, and I know other papers present today have had really strong positive feedback from people in the community about the amount of conversations that have been had, and yeah, just to really call that in and acknowledge the massive amount of mahi that's gone on.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, likewise. I think that the framework will definitely help all of us and really appreciate the outcomes, including releasing our artists from paperwork, but finding a way to streamline that so we're still getting the information we want to be able to support them well. So thank you for doing the thinking. And I guess just if we can keep an open mind for those areas that where it wasn't so well received on how we can find systems and solutions to help, because we don't want to stop our next flight of the Concords coming through and, you know, like just knowing that there's something to be able to support them, but fully appreciate where we've put our priority. So thanks for the mahi.
And Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'd also like to say thanks very much, guys. I mean, I think you've done a great job, and I mean, the feedback from the arts community that I'm aware of has been nothing but positive about the way you guys have engaged, and I've heard, I think all good. So that's got to be a very good sign. So congratulations.
Okay, I will waive my right of reply, and I will now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please press 1. Those opposed, please press 2. That is carried. We will now move to item 2.4, Arts and Culture Fund for March 25. Please welcome once again Gisela Carr, Stephen Blackburn to introduce the report.
So, Arts and Culture Round, this is the final one for this financial year, 24-25. Once again, noting that the criteria has been aligned with the Council's Ahutini Arts and Culture Strategy, and recommended funding must deliver to at least one of the Ahutini priority areas. In this funding round, across all the applicants, 15 of them aligned strongly to the Ahu Tangata focus, 12 aligned strongly to the Ahu Mahi, 3 aligned strongly to the Ahu Whenua, and 4 aligned strongly to Ahu Hononga. 28 are recommended for funding, 6 recommended declined or shifted to other funding streams. As indicated in the tables, the recommendation of application delivered across the Ahutini focus areas, with all applicants categorised by their primary focus area. The table also includes categorisation by art form and funding program suggestion. Any questions?
Great, thanks very much. Are there any? One from Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora. Wellington Heritage Festival, have we funded them before?
That's a good question. I'll pass to Mark to double check that.
Is that
not off the top of my head? I mean, I can have a look. Do you want me to just give me a minute?
Okay.
Is that-
Quickly, I can find that information.
I have another question.
Is that Roger Blakely's kaupapa, that one? Yes. Okay, yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Oh, sorry.
I can have another
I
question.
don't know. Yes, please continue.
Was just also querying around the New Zealand Fashion Museum application, and did they kind of unpack any further opportunities with that kaupapa that they see as beneficial for the arts and culture community in Wellington?
The assessors reported back that they felt that it was far more focused on the commercial sector of the fashion industry and wasn't really connecting to the local storytelling of the fashion industry here in Poniki. So they've recommended various institutions that they should connect up to, which is also why the funding recommendation we've made is only to match what the museum's actually putting into it for that reason.
Yeah, no, thank you for considering it. It's good. Yeah.
Through the chair, yeah. So they had $5,000 last year for the last year's event. So the recommendation here is 15.
Great. Any further questions? One from Councillor Abdul.
I'm not sure if I missed it, but do we know how many people participate in that festival for the heritage?
We're just getting that information for
Okay.
you, Councillor. Sorry, 1 minute. In the meantime, I'll just ask Councillor Young.
So just with the Heritage Festival, I mean, that's been going for, is it about 10 years now that it's been going? Because I know it started off as a very small festival and now they have a huge program of events. Is it something like 100 venues they have open for the festival?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Young. Yeah, in their report from last year, they had 150 separate events that they profiled around the city, and their estimate was 15 to 20,000 people attended those.
Great, thank you. I mean, I must say it is, when it started off, I thought it was never going to survive, and actually it's gone from strength to strength, and I think it's a hugely popular little mini festival. Thank you.
Great. Councillors, does that answer your questions?
Thank you.
One more from Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. This is the first kind of standing up application of the new framework. I just wondered if you'd observed any gaps or how the transition has gone for people in this first pool. Are there any improvements or clarifications we might do before?
This is actually the last round of the existing structure. So this is the last arts and culture round for this financial year. So the new project rounds won't start until next financial year.
Oh.
So there's people on this list who will be coming into annual stability, or so that there's modification. You'll see a different profile next time. Yep.
Okay. Sorry.
Like you'll notice, Councillor, that in this round there's a number of shows that are shown in the KMO Festival, which in future will go to the curation fund that KMO Festival.
Oh, yeah.
But we've funded them this year to deliver this year's festival.
Ooh.
Okay, any further questions? No, thank you very much, officers. Don't go far, because I see you'll be back. Okay, is there a mover for this motion? Okay, Deputy Mayor Foon, would you like to speak?
I would just like to thank officers and really excited by, that there are constantly great applications coming through that keep us, keep our city vibrant and exciting. I do want to acknowledge the Heritage, the Wellington Heritage Festival Trust. They have done a really great job at building up that festival. So it's great to see it included and that the funding is increasing. And I might drag you all out for the Fashion Museum walk when it comes to town. So kia ora, thank you.
Great, and seconding will be Mayor Whānau.
Yeah, just a quick word of appreciation for the work that has, that continues to go into Ahotini, but also these funding applications. It's really wonderful, helps keeps our arts industry afloat, and so it's very appreciated. And I always find that this particular committee is the best committee to participate in because of what we get to approve of this fund, but also the other funds. And so well done, officers, for injecting some much needed positivity into our council, but also the public. And, the submitters as well. People are very appreciative of these funds. They go a long way. And very, very proud to support this.
Brilliant. Is there any further debate, councillors? Nope. Okay. Right of reply. Okay. In that case, inaina ka pōtiti te mōtini, those in favour, I can't get my mouth around that word. Those in favour, please press 1. Those against, please press 2. Go, those in flavour. Flavour Town. Aira kua mana. Okay, we now move to item 2.5, multi-year funding, Arts and Culture Fund 25-26. Please welcome, you guessed it, Gisela Carr and Stephen Blackburn to introduce the report. Actually, will anyone else be speaking today? Oh yes, Mark.
It's like one of those terrible performing arts jokes where people keep coming back for curtain calls. Like in the crematorium, she could never resist a curtain call. So this is a significant moment. It is, of course, the first thing under the new framework. And of course, it's also the multi-year. So I was last here on this 3 years ago. You're seeing here the tapestry of our partnership with the arts sector that delivers the things that the Mayor was mentioning, really, which is it delivers to the city, it delivers to the arts ecosystem, it delivers to the residents of Wellington. There's 26 organisations applied, and together with the annual stability applicants who you'll see in September, another 25, these 51 organisations make up a significant component of why Wellington has retained, since inception, the crown of having the highest level of creative sector employment in the country. We've never lost that crown, and it's been in place for 25 years. And that's because what you see here in this list of people are fantastic acts of entrepreneurship by these organisations, not for their own aggrandisement, although I'm not suggesting egos aren't part of the arts sector, but actually for a belief in what the arts and culture delivers here. You're seeing here the major employers, you're seeing here the people who pay to very big houses and very small houses, you're seeing people who keep alive the flame of specific art forms, and most importantly, as I said before, you are facing, and they are facing, hugely escalating costs. They're trying to meet living wage, they're trying to improve the working conditions of their staff and their contractors, and we were 700,000 short in terms of what they asked. There are particular pressures on the festivals, one of which you've heard from today, and indeed we're experiencing in our own city events program. But things the council can note here in relation to the framework is really that we've applied ahutini policy to considering how to allocate the uplift that councillors voted for in the last LTP. And without that uplift, we would be having a very different discussion today, because there'd be a whole level of need that we would not be able to meet. So I can't but reinforce and thank you for that continued commitment. In terms of how we've approached it, obviously ahutini asked us to always consider, when you look at a list like this, we're a Māori and we're a Pacifica. And we've taken that very seriously and made it the top priority. And in that context, we welcome a new company, but actually a very famous and highly respected company in Wellington, Mana Whenua Theatre Company, headed by Jim Moriarty. So they enter this program for the first time, and we've never funded them before. So they are now in that list of multi-years. And then the second priority we assigned was to do what we considered called lifting up the bottom. You've got a number of people in grants under 50,000, some of them under 20,000, who've been sitting on a figure like that for more than 6 years. We think that the minimum viable level for a multi-year applicant should be around 30,000, and so we addressed those companies as the second priority. And of course there's some very famous local companies sitting in that list, as you'll have seen. And then from there we considered outstanding performance and contribution to the ecosystem. We considered the sustainability, so we do look at individual applications as well as what category they might fall into. And we attempted, with the wisdom that came to us through the processes we ran here, to make what we think is a strong policy-driven set of recommendations. The funding does retain these decisions, spend about $436,000 on the multi-years. Once you commit that, it's committed forever for the next 3 years. It leaves the balance available to us to deal with when the annual stability grants come back to you in September and the project funds come back to you. You'll be able to consider again, some increases in relation to those other 25 applicants in that space.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? One from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. Just while we're here, just want to understand the Portrait Gallery Trust uplift. I know that that's been a challenge for them, so how did their application fit into the funding criteria or new grants pool?
Yes, so they've asked for more than we've granted them, but we're not that far off what they asked for. Portrait Gallery has had a really distinguished 3 years, I think. They've got a great board of trustees, they've had a great director who's just been appointed head of art at Te Papa, and they have been able to entrepreneur their way into a program that has ahutini characteristics all over it. It would be very easy for the Portrait Gallery to be in an oldest sort of thinking about the arts and visual arts. They've not taken that path. They faced particular challenges in relation to their funding because generally central government doesn't fund museums and galleries, it falls to local government to do that, and local government isn't keen to have more museums and galleries coming their way. So the Portrait Gallery has established itself really in the face of difficulty in obtaining the structural funding that a gallery like this needs, and we took that into account when we had a look at their application.
Great. Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you. I'll ask the pātai I asked the last paper, because I realised it was about this one. Have we identified any gaps in terms of applying this new criteria, either with like now including living wage as a part of the multi-years, or how's that gone?
It was helpful to us to have the new criteria, and it was actually helpful to us to have a new thing called the Annual Stability Grant, because you see we've suggested 3 applicants move in there. We took seriously the fact that traditionally funding programs like this can end up being clubs, it's like Hotel California, you can check in but you can never leave. And so we really considered how we would bring new applicants in that would diversify the intent that is behind our Hautini 2030. And we've succeeded in that because you granted additional money. If we hadn't, we'd have had to cut people to achieve it, and that would have resulted in an anguished set of advocacy to each of you from those applicants. So all of those factors have worked well to diversify the list, particularly address the Māori Pacifica gaps. But as I say, it falls short of what people would want financially.
Supplementary. For the first time in a grants paper, I've seen we've given some applications over the amount originally requested, and I didn't know we could do that. I just wanted to understand why we might be giving organisations more money than what they had requested.
It's because we decided, people ask for what they can get, of course. I mean, I did for the Deputy Mayor, I did a span of where organisations position themselves. 2 organisations asked for over 200, actually up to 275,000. 2 organisations asked for no increase. The bulk, 10 of the organisations asked for something between 40 and 60,000. But applicants can be modest in their ask, and we have to consider fairness across the totality when we're looking at this as well. So with the lifting up the bottom, we decided to apply $15,000 to each of the people that sat in that category. And then in the case of the film festival, it only asked for 10, and so we granted 10. But in some cases, it bars them from, like Orpheus Choir, they've traditionally gone to both arts and culture project funding and multi-years, and increasing the amount above what they asked, we're taking into account that they won't be able to apply to arts and culture project funding anymore. So in some cases we considered, we had a table that showed us where else are they getting funds from and how do we address that through these contracts.
Okay, any further questions? One from Deputy Mayor Fu.
Yes, thank you. And so just going back to Newtown Festival and just really acknowledging that how hard the environment is for everybody, but given that they have a new, I don't want to say predicament, but a new way they need to operate, are you confident that council can work alongside them and that they're not locked into a 3-year funding model through the approval of this, and that there will be flexibility to be able to have a further conversation about what's needed in the future?
Yes, Newtown Festival has had particular difficulties in this round because 150,000 of their funding has come from, in fact, it's 175,000 of their funding has come from a fund that no longer exists, the living wage. So if the living wage finishes, I mean, you've got a paper before you about its future today, but that money no longer exists. So if we had to fund Newtown's elements that came from living wage out of multi-year, we would have had to assign them 150,000 out of the 436,000 we're delivering here. So there's singular instability for them in relation to the proportion of funding they have from that. CCAT also has that, and there are 3 other organisations who also have it, but they were much smaller numbers, so we were able to absorb those into the round. But we couldn't with CCAT and we couldn't with Newtown. So what we've done there is structure a flexible one-off grant, and we've indicated to them, to your point, that obviously we understand that that won't see them through to the 3rd year, but in the meantime, Newtown, as they transition, will have to consider what their future looks like. They're absolutely fine. They've got flexibility to consider what they want to spend on the next festival. What they spend on the next festival out of our grants will determine what they have left for the festival after that. And I anticipate through the contract we'll be in discussion with them through this whole process. They've also got to consider, Creative New Zealand is withdrawing from this area to some extent, or appears to be. So they have to see how their other funding applications go as well and thinking about their future.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, then we will move to debate. Thank you. Yes, I will introduce this. I will move this, but I will just yield to Councillor Brown to declare some conflicts of interest.
Yeah, I've just got a conflict in terms of I've got a non-financial governance relationship with 2 of the organisations, so there's 2 of them that I won't vote on.
Great. So just for the awareness of members, we'll take those ones separately as one. Okay. Is there a seconder for this motion? Yes, thank you, Mefana. Would you like to speak?
Yes. Again, just really want to thank the work of our arts team, the Ahotini strategy, and coming to this. I feel really excited about it, and I'm really pleased to see. I don't want to play favourites, but I'm going to play favourites. So, in particular, seeing Kia Mau Festival in there and the Capital Arts Trust, seeing how this has been allocated really kind of celebrates, supports, and shows the diversity of our arts industry in Pōneke. And as a regular attendee of a lot of this stuff, this is where our young artists get pulled up the pipeline of the arts industry, and it's incredibly important. And man, they're so good, and they're so diverse and so talented. So I'm glad we get to continue supporting them. This is absolutely crucial for our Wellington culture and our brand and our identity. Just to look back, Cuba Duper was the best this year. I think it was, I've attended all, it was the best. We've had negativity thrown at Wellington City for some time, which unfairly so, but I think what that proved was actually we're in a really good space. I was on Bats on Friday night to a sold-out show. Everyone loved it. So the arts itself really contributes a major part of revitalising our city, and I'm deeply thankful to our artists and these organisations, and of course our arts team, so thank you.
Great. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. I've got to say I've been down in the weeds just trying to muck through some of the challenges, but this is the moment to really lift up and acknowledge what we're actually doing here. And so I do want to thank Mayor Whānau for your leadership. You committed to this early on in your term, saying that you would support the arts, and you have come through and done that. So what you're actually doing, and what we as a council have supported, is uplifting our creative community in Wellington. And I know that these grant applications, the grants, the different style of funding and the certainty this will bring and the uplift will bring so much joy and more energy. And I think we know that we get more bang for our buck out of our arts community, and they will deliver hard for our city. So I'm, really thank you everybody for the work. Thank you for the fund, and we'll just bring a lot of joy. just back down in the weeds. I guess what I do want to say is that not everybody, we know that, is going to be able to be sustained by what we are delivering. So it is likely we will still need to carry on having conversations with our arts community, and I think from what I'm hearing from Newtown Festival councillors, I think we have to expect that they will likely be back if they want to be sustained. But I really appreciate that our team will be working alongside them so that we know what their sustainability model will look like going forward. But just, yeah, thank you to everybody. This is actually a really great day for us in our creative capital. So this is good news. Thank you.
Great. And Councillor Young online.
Found the right button. So I just want to talk about the portrait gallery because some of you may not realise that tonight is the award ceremony for the Kingi, I hope I can pronounce this properly, Tuhetia Awards. And so they're going to be presented tonight at the Pipitea Marae, 5 p.m, but there won't be any portraits there. They're going to be at the Portrait Gallery. I mean, this is a fantastic thing. This is it wouldn't be right to say it's a joint, it's a partnership between the Portrait Gallery and the late Maori King. So the Portrait Gallery has come a long way. When I first got onto council, they were not allowed to have any signage on their building on the waterfront. Council would not allow signage, and one of the first things I achieved as a councillor was to get New Zealand Portrait Gallery written on the building so people knew what was there. So they've come a long way, and I think the council should be very proud of its role in helping them. And I hope you go and see the portraits when they're in the gallery. The exhibition opens tomorrow.
Great. Look, while we're all doing call-outs, I will use my right of reply just to briefly give a quick shout-out to Footnote, who have just moved into their new premises a few months ago, and I know they've been really keen to get included into this fund and get a bit of a funding uplift, and I'm most pleased to see that that has actually come to pass. And the final thing that I will ask formally to members of the committee, but if anyone else in the room, for example, might want to answer this during the next paper, is do you know if we spend more proportionally this council does on the arts than Auckland City Council? That would be very interesting to know. If anyone from the committee knows, feel free to pipe up, otherwise we might hear later. Okay. I pretend I didn't hear that now. Anyway. Okay, great. I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Also, ka kōrero Māori o nā te mea kaore tae o te whakahua flavour. So, mena ka whakaai, pāwhiri te tahi kotai, menahi ka whakahe, pāwhiri te rua.
So we'll just take the...
Oh yes, and we're going to take it separately. We will take everything except for 6.8, 7.4 and 7.5 now, and then we will vote again on those items. So Tim, you are able to vote on this. Kua mana. And now items 6.8, 7.4 and 7.5 together. Clauses, sorry, clauses. Councillor O'Neill. And kua mana. Right. We now move to item 2.6, Social and Recreation Fund, March 25. Please welcome Mark Farrar and David Ensor to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. In this report,
sorry, could I just pause you for a minute there? Kia ora, gentlemen. Is there something we can help you with? Mr. Goulden? Is there something we can help you with?
I need to.
Okay.
Okay. Will you get some?
Okay, thank you. Officers, please continue.
Kia ora. We are bringing to you the last round of funding recommendations for the Social and Recreation Fund before we move to the new Community Outcomes Fund, Tāhua Whaihua Hāpori. We're making funding recommendations of $160,000 to 17 organisations who are delivering wonderful things for our city. That is across areas including support for our residents associations, initiatives that celebrate and amplify the voices of ethnic communities, former refugees, the African community, support for vulnerable people, including homeless women. We do have one of our recommendations, 2.13 for the ethnic patrols, is funding that's coming out of the safety initiatives funding that was approved in the long-term plan. We are coming back to the Koro Martini Social, Cultural and Economic Committee in June with recommendations for additional funding for a number of organisations. Those conversations and discussions have taken slightly longer than anticipated. We are very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks very much. Are there any questions on this, councillors? I have one just on the grant for the Eid Day Trust Board. Was that a full grant, the 5,000?
Yes, we have recommended the full request.
Great, fantastic, thanks very much. That was all I had. Anybody else? Oh yes, one from Mayor Whānau.
Apologies if this is somewhere, but just looking at 2.14, the Wellington Homeless Women's Trust, and in terms of that, the 83, can you just give a general overview as to where that goes?
Yes, Wellington Homeless Women's Trust do amazing work. They provide transitional housing to women who are homeless. A number of their beds, 6 of their beds, are not funded by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. So this funding contributes to the costs of providing those beds for those women.
Okay, any further questions? No, thanks very much, officers. Okay, is there a mover for this motion? Yes, Councillor O'Neill. Is there a seconder? Anybody feel strongly about seconding? And Mayor Whānau, thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Just very briefly to acknowledge the amount of mahi gone in there and recognising the discussions that we've had around ethnic patrols, and really thankful that we can put some funding their way to support the safety and wellbeing plan.
Thank you. Mayor Whānau, do you wish to speak?
I'm excited about this, but in a different sort of more sombre, tone for this paper, and I'm really glad that alongside the city safety plan we can provide some assistance for much needed vulnerable communities like the Wellington Homeless Women's Trust. So thank you to officers for putting this forward, and the organisations that assist, but also appreciate the more social side of this as well, and the diversity that brings to our Wellington community.
Thanks very much. I see no further debates. Is there a right of reply? No? In that case, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Me nā ka whakae, pāwhiri te tahi, me nā ka whakae, pāwhiri te rua. Councillor Young?
I forgot to press the return button.
Ah, there we go. That is carried. Right. Now, as it has just gone high noon and I can see those shadows lengthening on the hilltops outside, I'm just going to advise councillors that lunch is arriving imminently, and that we're going to hope to break at about 12:30. So I would like very much if we could get through 2.7 and 2.8 in that time. If we can't, kei te pai, but I am getting quite hungry, and it would be great to get out of here at 12:30 on the dot before we consider more of our business. Okay, we now move to item 2.7, Social and Recreation Fund, Transitional 12-month funding for community organisations. Please welcome Mark Farrar and David Ensor back to introduce the report.
Kia ora anō. We are, as part of the transition between the Social and Recreation Fund and the Community Outcomes Fund. At the last HUAU agreed that we should provide a 12-month transitional period of funding for the 50 organisations, many of whom have received multi-year funding from us for many years. So we are recommending funding for all of those organisations at the same level, with a small contribution to CPI of 2.2%. As we work with these organisations over the next 12 months, we will be working closely with them individually to identify if and how the work that their organisations do aligns with the Community Outcomes Fund framework that was approved, and to provide support to them as they make any adjustments that they need to. We're also working very closely with them to align the reporting and the information that they provide to us with the priorities of the new fund as well. The organisations that we have provided multi-year funding to include things like our community centres, support for children and young people, support for emergency services, support for vulnerable communities, support for sexual violence prevention, among others. We are again happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah. Kia ora, and I did ask this in the Q&A, but we'll just reiterate. I just want to, I think there is a certain amount of nervousness out there in the community around the fund change of the criteria. And so I guess just looking for assurance that councillors or the grants committee will be kept across that, so it won't be a last minute scenario, that, you know, that we can be across it, have time to communicate with our communities should that be needed.
Yes, we can absolutely make that commitment, that neither elected members nor the organisations will be surprised,
Yes.
Surprised or blindsided by any future recommendations that we're making. With some of the organisations, we've already started having those conversations with them, and we'll continue doing that throughout the year.
Yeah, thank you, David.
Great, and I have a question as well, which is that the grants to Ngā Hauwhao Paparangi, is that a full grant as well?
It is the amount that was requested. Having said that, we communicated that we would be maintaining funding at the same level, plus 2.2%, but it is in line with the funding that we've provided in previous years.
Okay, great, thanks very much. Councillor Abdirahman.
My first question is regards to the Wellington Free Ambulance. Is this the amount of money they have asked, or this is what granted? Because they currently advocating for $1 per person.
It is the amount that was requested for the same reason, and the way we communicated it. The ambulance service and the last long-term plan and consistently do advocate for greater levels of funding, up to $1 per person, which would be around double what we have recommended.
So my other question is, as part of the new model, or the KPI, or how you're communicating, how much of that is catered to different organizations according to their work? A good example would be Changemakers Refugee Forum. If you are setting the same KPI for Changemakers Refugee Forum with, example, Mapua Community Center, that's not going to benefit them. And again, the Brooklyn Community Associations, and sometimes also how you said, are you setting in the way that they can fit into it and they can work towards it if they are not currently doing. So how much it is just different communication to different organizations? Is that all fit one, or is that
all of the funding agreements that we have with organisations are individual and are tailored to the service that they provide. It is fair to say that over a number of years we have made organisations fit rather than the criteria necessarily aligning with the service that they provide. And so that's one of the key things that we're looking to shift as part of that transition to the Community Outcomes Fund, is to be really clear about the priorities of that fund, and to be really clear with the organisations individually how they contribute to those funding priorities. We are also next year, so we'll start this process later in 2025 and come to the grants subcommittee in May 2026. That really is the opportunity as part of that reset, once we've moved through this transitional period, to reconsider the individual levels of funding and whether we have the balance right across the different organisations that we fund.
Am I a bit ahead of myself, or are you planning to bring it back as part of the next phase of recommendation for Wellington Free Ambulance to meet what they are asking?
There is a recommendation for the long-term plan committee to consider tomorrow around funding for Wellington Free Ambulance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry so I'm probably just sort of repeating a question, but that wasn't quite answering what I was curious about, which was also about Wellington Free Ambulance, because, I mean, obviously they provide a critical service, but obviously they're also very good at raising funding from other sources. So which is the same, I suspect, with all of the grants that we provide, is we have to balance, what's the consequence of us not providing it? What's your judgment about the consequences of us not providing more than the $104,000? I mean, if tomorrow's decision says no, that's enough, I mean, are they going to stop picking people up? I mean, how bad is it going to be for them?
Any organisation of the size and scale as Wellington Free Ambulance delivering such a critical service will fairly and correctly take every opportunity to seek additional funding. I am very confident that regardless of the funding decision made today or tomorrow, if someone calls 111 and requests an ambulance, that an ambulance will arrive and provide them with the support and care that someone needs.
Yeah. And I don't want to sort of pick on them, so this won't make it ambulance specific, but how closely do we look at these organisations to make sure that they're doing the work efficiently, so that they're not driving around in gold-plated Cadillacs or something?
Very closely. As part of the application process, all organisations are required to provide a budget that outlines their costs, their anticipated income, what they will spend the money on, and we do regularly challenge and discuss those draft budgets with those organisations. It's really fair to say that every organisation on the list of funding recommendations operates incredibly well with very small amounts of money, and they are all watching their pennies very closely.
Any further questions? None. Okay, thank you very much, officers. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor O'Neill, and I will second. I will also reserve my right. Is there any other debates? Sorry? Oh, you're just voting. All right, great. In that case, assuming there is no right of reply, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Mena ka whakai, pāwhiri te tahi, mena ka whakae, pāwhiri a te rua. I declare the motion carried. All right, how are we doing for time? Very well. This is going great. Okay, we now move to item 2.8, Sport Facility Partnership Fund Request, Gender Neutral Changing Facilities, Pōneke Football Club and Toitū Pōneke. Please welcome Sanjay Patel to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. Firstly, I'd like to thank Ross and Jen for coming in to present today. It's not easy presenting in front of you guys. These projects take a number of years to plan and deliver. So again, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Toitū Pōneke board for taking on officers' advice around the design and changes that we're looking at. So this is a joint application from Toitū Pōneke and Pōneke Football Club for the purposes of gender neutral change facilities, which includes toilets and showers. It also includes accessible public toilets. We're recommending $950,000 across 3 years, $460,000 from this financial year, and $240,000 from the years next year and the year after. This is from the Sport Facility Partnership Fund, which we have $540,000 allocated annually. There is no further commitments in the out years of this fund. Council does not have any change facilities on Kilburnie Park, so this facility is heavily reliant on Toitu Pōneke. We do have a sublease with them for the use of those change rooms as well as the public toilets, and that's how we utilise the facility there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? I see none. Thanks very much. Okay. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor O'Neill, is there a seconder? Something? Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay. That's okay. No, don't have to. Won't make you. Councillor O'Neill.
Just briefly to thank the Hub for coming in to talk to us this morning, and to acknowledge like the great value of this project. I know firsthand working on FIFA World Cup, the value that gender-neutral facilities can have for a whole range of sporting codes, and it makes me really proud to see that this is going on in my neck of the woods. So I'm really happy to support this today.
Councillor Brown?
Well, for my playing days in rugby, I'd have to say that the current toilets look pretty flat to me. So, no, I think obviously that it's a great facility and incredibly well used. So I think that it's fantastic what they've managed to do. And I thought also that the submission we received was extremely comprehensive and just sort of showed how much work has gone into this project.
Yes, it was very good. Okay. Any further debate? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fern. Oh, no. I'm having this waved at me. In that case, assuming there is no right of reply, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Me nā ka whakahi pāwhiri a te tahi, me nā ka whakahe pāwhiri a te rua. And I declare the motion carried. We're actually cracking along, so if everyone is happy to keep moving, I think we should just keep moving. All right, great. We now move to item 2.9, the CH Izzard Bequest Recommendations 2025. Please welcome Mark Farrar to introduce the report.
Kia ora, councillors. This is something we do every year. The CHI's Bequest is managed externally by a solicitor's firm, and every year we recommend to you some grants for the balance of the interest that the fund's generated. I noted in the paper, obviously, the amount of money that's in that fund and kind of how it works, and we're keen to engage with the trustees around the future of the fund. Obviously, $20,000 isn't a vast amount of money, so we're going to be engaging with them this year on that. But we are recommending 6 organisations be supported with some fairly modest grants. We're able, as we make these recommendations, to look at what we've done through other funds, through the Social and Recreation Fund, and other support that we do for organisations. So I've balanced some of that here. And I'd just like to recommend that they're taken as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just one question from me. At what point in the financial year do the solicitors actually transfer us the fund? Because I note that it's been quite a rocky period for the...
The financial year runs until December, but it's usually around now when they've completed their audits. So that's why we often come to you in May. Okay. They make all the payments, so the payments are made as donations to the organisations. So I'll go to them after today and say, hey, here are the recommendations of council. I've never had a situation in all the time I've been here where they've said, oh, we don't like the look of that one. So they usually accept the recommendations because we run a full due process and everything. So so they make the payments.
Democracy, beautiful thing. Thanks very much. Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Young online.
Hi, so I think I'm the Mayor's representative on this trust. I just wonder, do we have any say as to who administers it? I mean, is it cost effective for a firm of solicitors to administer this as opposed to, for example, the Nikau Foundation? Or is that just not our call? Does anyone know?
As the Mayor and Councillor Young will know, we did an enormous amount of work over the last couple of years transitioning another trust, the Joe Aspel Trust, to the community foundation, our community foundation, Nikau, which was a very positive process. Ultimately, it will be up to their trustees to decide, you know, how the trusts run. So that's a conversation we're going to be having this year with them. It's quite a lot of work on our side. And obviously the trustees, as you would have noted in the paper, do take some administration costs. You know, so, you know, there are questions really, but ultimately it would be up to them and I guess up to council to decide what its role was in that trust. Some of these things go back many years. We have a number of these sort of trusts where the council's been tied into someone's sort of will or bequest back in the 1920s or 1930s. So
yeah, I see this one is 1925.
Indeed, yes. So we'll work through that and keep you posted, Councillor Young.
Thank you.
Is this the 100-year anniversary of the bequest?
I guess.
I hadn't realised that, but it probably is.
Oh, there you go.
I would have brought a cake if I'd have known.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, we'll move to debate. Councillor Young, sorry to fastball this onto you right now, but would you like to say something to mark the 100 years of this? Feels like we should.
Well, I could ask, was Andy Foster on council when it started?
Okay, right, it's enough of that. I will move this.
No, look, I'll just say these trusts are terrific, but I always worry about their administration costs because they're set up in different times and the world has moved on. But I think it's terrific, and when you see where the money is going, you know, it's fantastic.
It is.
And I would just say, so just Suzanne Aubert, that's the Compassion Centre, that's also the soup kitchen. So next year is the centenary of her funeral, the largest funeral for a woman ever held in New Zealand to this day. And I'd just like to, as you know, I'm Catholic adjacent. There's a bit of plotting going on about that, just so you know.
Okay, thanks very much. I will move this motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Young, perhaps? Great.
Happy to second.
Okay, great. I will waive my right. Is there any debate? None. Councillor Young? None. Okay, I'll waive my right of reply. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Mena ka whakai, pāwhiria te tei, mena ka whakahe, pāwhiria te rua. And I declare the motion carried. Now look, the smell of those sausage rolls is wafting towards me. So I think in the interests of like having a warm feed rather than a cold one, I think we should adjourn now. Is 30 minutes enough time? Yes? Okay, let's come back at 1:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I trust you had a pleasant lunch. Councillor Young, can I just check that you are with us? Yes, kia ora. Okay, we are moving to item 2.10, the Waste Minimisation Seed Fund Review. Nau mai, Renee Rushton and Judy Elliott ki te hori te kōrero.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Renee Rushton, tuku ingoa. I'm the Manager of Waste Minimisation based out at the landfill, and I'm here to present the paper on that reviews the Waste Minimisation Seed Fund. We have reviewed the fund because we have a new waste management and minimisation plan and a new zero waste strategy. So we're reviewing the fund so that it aligns with these new strategies. And the changes we're recommending aim to support more ambitious and impactful projects by increasing funding availability and enhancing alignment with Council's strategic commitments to a circular economy and Te Ao Māori values. The key changes we're recommending are to increase the total grant pool from 100k to 250k per annum. We would like to increase the large fund pool from 75k to 200k per annum and remove the upper limit on applications to attract larger scale, high impact projects to the fund. We'd like to increase the small grants pool from 25k to 50k per annum and increase the upper limit on applications from 2k to 5k per application. And we'd like to keep the officer level decision with delegated authority to the business unit manager. And just to note that the increase is being funded out of the waste levy, so there's no impact on ratepayers and no impact on already committed council projects. So I guess I'll just take the paper as read and yeah, any questions? Happy to take any questions.
Just clarification on the seed aspect of the fund. So that will now be removed and it will be open to any waste minimisation project, regardless of whether it's a start-up.
Yeah, that's correct.
Or in flight.
Yeah, we're removing the seed aspect of the fund so that we can enable projects that are quality projects doing amazing work without prioritising unnecessary newness over effectiveness.
Yay, thank you.
Welcome, Councillor Free. Would you like to join us at the table? Okay, no worries. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, officers.
Thank you.
I understand Deputy Mayor Foon will move this motion.
Kia ora. Is that for me?
Yes.
Great. Tēnā koutou. This is actually a really a good news story. It has been something that we've been looking into for a while, but to actually increase the Waste Minimisation Fund to this amount, which it was currently at 100, up to 250, and also increase the small funds that people are applying for. Those small funds really help things like festivals, apply for waste minimisation projects like Feel Good, and other small community type activities. But I think the big thing is that this is really unleashing the ability for many of the business models that come to us that can get off the ground, but then sustaining themselves, even though they are, as Renee said, being effective, but now they can be looked at for the impact they are having rather than just that they qualify into a seed or not. So two really big things: lifting the amount because we've got that amount available through the levy and people are not stopping wasting, so the money is there, and also just really it's like widening the fund to have more impact and prioritising that. So I'm fully in support and ask for your support on this as well.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Would you like to speak? Okay. Any further debate? Nope. Okay. Assuming there's no right of reply, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Me nā ka whakai, pāwhiri a te tai, me nā ka whakahe, pāwhiri a te rua. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, everybody. We now move to item 2.11, Heritage Resilience and Regeneration Fund 24-25 report. Please welcome Noel Lutzi and Sean Ordain to introduce the report.
Good afternoon, councillors. We're very pleased to present the final disbursements from the Heritage Resilience Fund today, and you'll notice that the recommendation is in two parts. One for a series of buildings as detailed in the report that have been recommended for grants of less than $100,000, and they will proceed under my delegation from you. And then there is one building, the Wellington Workingmen's Club, that is to receive a grant higher than that number, and that requires your approval. I would say with the Wellington Workingmen's Club, this has been a key building within Cuba Street, one of the longest facades on the street, and it has been a building with a difficult past, and it has been a building that has had the attention of various council officers for the entire time I have served the council. So to see it on a pathway to resolution is very heartening, and I would commend it to you for your support. Thank you.
Are there any questions? One from Deputy Mayor Fern.
Thank you for the diagrams of, showing the street fronts and the buildings that we're working on. Just in terms of some of the derelict buildings, particularly in Newtown, what avenues? So I noted you're saying, we've been sent, the process that we've been under is sending building owners invitations to come and apply for the fund. Is that correct?
Yes, so what Noel has led is a realignment of the fund so that we were spending money in priority areas. And so the three priority areas were Cuba Street, Courtney Place and Newtown. The reason for this is so that you could get the benefit of strengthening multiple heritage buildings along a street, and to try and get in front of that situation where you might have one building that basically brings down the block. So Newtown is an area of particular concern. The reason for this is if you look at the history of a place like Cuba Street or Courtney Place, there have been waves of investment as those streets have changed function over their history. In suburban areas, particularly in Newtown, but also some of the side streets in Te Aro, they haven't had those same market forces. So there have been times when buildings have been left untenanted or unused, and when something falls out of the life of the city, it tends to have trouble living in itself. And a really good example of that is the two sheds on the waterfront. You've got the Portrait Gallery in one and Mojo Coffee Rotisserie in the other. Those buildings are structurally the same, or they were built to be structurally the same, but one was repurposed and reused with the rotisserie, and the other was not. And so you have two buildings that were identical but ended up with quite different maintenance histories and quite different pathways towards strengthening.
So in the diagrams I noted the word decline. So does that mean we've approached them for seeing if they're interested in the fund and they've come back with a decline that they are not?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, we approach them, we invite them, and when they don't respond, we contact them again, and they declined technically. So they're not responding, or some of them just respond they are not interested.
Interesting. So is there a next step when buildings are becoming derelict, non-maintained?
So these buildings may not be derelict. They may simply have seismic issues, but are still in use or tenanted. And ultimately, it is up to the owner of the building what they want to do with their asset. Things have to get into a very serious situation before council can use its powers to compel a building owner to do something. And I would say, from our experience with other buildings in the city, in that situation, nobody wins. It is very much a ambulance at the bottom of multiple cliffs.
Gosh. Are there any further questions? Oh, sorry, one from Councillor Brown.
When I was just looking at the pictures, as I tend to do once there are pictures for me to look at rather than have to read all the numbers, I noticed the monastery, and I think from what I could gather, it was a little hard to put the text with the pictures, but we've given them $8,000 for something, but like what is actually happening with the monastery? Oh, sorry, what is happening with the monastery?
St Gerard's up on the hill there.
Yeah. You've got $15,672 for a conservation plan. But, so what does that actually mean?
Yeah, so at the moment we are in discussion with the new owners and they are working out of what they can do with the building in the future. And the first step for them was to make a conservation plan, which assess the values of the building, what is relevant, what needs to be kept or maintained. And it also gives them some advice and guidance on how they can maintain the building. And that would be the first step for them to then think about projects and what they want to do. So we have no information at the moment of what they will do, but it's just the first step.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, thanks.
The conservation plan is an important input into the consenting process because that basically tells us what's valuable and what's not, and it then becomes often the basis of whatever conditions the building will become strengthened under through the resource consent process.
Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, so just to check, has the fund been fully subscribed over this last year, and were there many more applications in the wings? What is the lay of the land looking like?
So the fund is in general oversubscribed. In terms of the lay of the land, there have been changes occurring. So the first change has been an announcement by the government of the extension of timelines for earthquake-prone buildings. And this has had an impact more broadly across the city of some projects essentially slowing down. There are some buildings, however, that are still proceeding, and those are either a combination of owners having taken quite some time to get to this point and not wanting to stop, or owners who are just determined to see the process done. The second factor has been a signal from the government of seismic reform, and this can change the way that a new building standard is calculated. So effectively, an NBS rating is an assessment of how strong this building is compared to one brand new under the code. And so if government look to change that instrument, then that can have flow-on effects that may require re-strengthening, like we've seen for some buildings in the past. The third factor, which has affected subscription to the fund, has been wider RMA reform, which has seen the Minister announce that heritage may be removed from the RMA as a factor, and so some professionals are advising to wait and see what that may mean.
Okay, if there are no further questions, thanks, officers. We'll move to debate. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Brown, is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Fern. Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak? Deputy Mayor Fern? Okay. Any further debate? None. Ka pai. Okay, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Me nā ka whakai, pāwhira te tahi, me nā ka whakai, pāwhira te rua. Councillor Young, you still with us?
Yes, I am, but I've kind of lost that part of my screen, but the answer is yes.
Okay.
Number one.
Thank you. And I declare the motion carried. Right, okay, we'll briefly touch on the decision register updates and upcoming reports. Please welcome James Roberts.
Kia ora koutou, can we take it as read? Just to note that as a result of this meeting, there will be a number of actions on that list that are closed.
Yep.
We'll update those after the meeting.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions about that? No. Okay, I will move the motion. Councillor O'Neill will second. I will reserve my right. Is there any debate? No. Okay, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Vote. And I declare the motion carried. Right. The moment you've all been waiting for. Move to item 2.1, the review of living wage for non-council events fund. Please welcome Gisela Carr, Stephen Blackburn, Sean O'Dane, etc. To introduce the report. Et al, I should say. No. When you're ready.
Kia ora, councillors. It's no news to any of you that we live in an arts ecosystem that is very poorly paid. The average median income for creative work is $19,500. So anyone wishing to pursue a career in the arts as a professional and full-time, and let's face it, we all get better at what we do if we get to do it, is faced with what we call a portfolio career in the arts, which is having to find other jobs or through your partner, if you have a partner, a subsidy, cross-subsidy from their income in order to be able to pursue a career. That's a big statement, of course, across a huge sector. The film industry has a different profile, but then there is an enormous amount of investment. The international film industry, not the New Zealand film industry, because there's a lot of investment going in through incentives, and obviously people based in galleries, museums, the kind of jobs we do, people working in the arts have different profiles around this. But fundamentally, artists are having to operate within a gig economy. So it's not surprising then that the question of living wage has arisen, and 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, the councillors decided that you wanted to send a flag up the pole saying this really matters, it's really important. And what that flag did was $300,000 can't address the entire construct of the earnings of an industry, especially multiple art forms, but it was a stake in the ground. And you asked us at the last meeting of the Grants Committee to come back to you with the review we were about to initiate on that fund. Andrew, again from MSH, is here to answer any questions about the findings, but those findings have informed what we're putting before you today, which is effectively to deal with a new fund, a refocused fund, in two ways. One is through the multi-year contracts that you've just approved today to ask applicants or people who are receiving those on multi-year outcomes, living wage outcomes, and then secondly to focus, refocus an additional 150,000 on independent artists and people who are self-entrepreneuring projects, or ways of reaching those people, because the hardest thing to get is actually development time paid for. It's in some ways easier to get the performance on the day covered than all the work you do leading up to the performance on the day, and that's in the performing arts. So that's what's in front of you today.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Gisela. Can we just get the key points that came out of the review for the fund? Thank you.
So I guess I spoke to quite a few people who've received the fund and did a survey. The fund was seen as a really strong signal of the council's support for the living wage. So the recognition that the council, obviously it's a living wage organisation, but then by providing this fund, you're supporting and encouraging others to think about living wage. So that really came through really strongly. People saw it as a good signal you're sending that you support living wage and you expect others to be doing the same. There were some issues highlighted with how it's been operationalised. There was quite a bit of confusion with the people I spoke to about the living wage, the previous living wage fund versus the Arts and Culture Fund. Some people didn't understand why they had applied to one or both or neither, why they received funding from one or the other. Some people didn't really, I said to them, why did you apply to both funds? And they were like, well, had to hedge my bets, didn't know where I was going to get the money from. Had to apply to both. So there's a bit of overlap in how people saw them. And the difficulty in trying to, the way the fund was previously set up, the difficulty in trying to really hone in on those outcomes, the living wage outcomes, the number of artists that had elevated living wages, the actual impact of it, it was hard to kind of unpick. Almost everyone I spoke to was really, really committed to living wage. The people I spoke to in the sector, they really supported living wage. That I felt that they it was in their bones, to support living wage. People said to me, I would rather not have an event than not pay living wage to the performers. Comments like that, which was interesting. It was interesting where people were and weren't paid living wage across the arts or across the event space. Performers, crew, and staff typically, receive a living wage for the time at the event, that they're performing. The gaps we saw were around, as Gisela's talked about and earlier today, like the development time. So the time the artist's been developing work, if you look at the lifetime of a piece of work, that's where they have the difficulty. The founders, the management layer in these organisations, I found that they often put more hours in than they would get paid for. So think about the founders of these organisations. It's their thing. Like, they will put the effort in to make it happen, even if they're not getting paid for it sufficiently. And obviously, no surprise, but the survey said, we asked people, what are the biggest challenges paying the living wage and funding, right? Funding and support was was highlighted, unsurprisingly. I did ask people what other support is available for living wage organisations, like if you want to pay living wage, what other support exists. And this fund, the council's fund, was pretty much the only one people knew about or existed. There is the living wage for fringe fund, which CCAT operates, but you fund that. So that's kind of the same pool of money. And then that's probably the last point I would highlight, that the way people used the funding was, we heard lots of different ways that they used it. Most organisations used it as part of their baseline operations to pay wages, to pay those wages. But there was that one distinction that we found, which was the way that Fringe operated it, where they operate a fund themselves. So you give them some money. Ministry of Culture and Heritage used to give them some money, and then they use that to allocate to that they on grant to people who need the support to do the development work for Fringe. So that was interesting because it was an example of an organisation using the money to generally grow and support others rather than just their own organisation. Not that that's a bad thing, of course, but it stood out because it was a different sort of example. Those are probably the main things that we found.
Mayor Whānau.
In terms of the transfer itself, just keen to understand what impact it would cause on the Heritage Resilience Fund, whether it's 150 or less, and if it was redirected from elsewhere, as we're seeing in an amendment later, what impact that would have on that budget.
So the heritage sector is also a sector that has a large and active community that are often doing things essentially on love. And love of place, love of stories, and in many respects you are left with quite an invidious decision between how two different aspects of what makes our city special need to be decided. But unfortunately that is the nature of democracy. Democracy is a system we use when we can't resolve a problem through any other system. So if we look at the impacts, the round of heritage funding you have just approved affects about 200 unit titles. So a unit title is an apartment, it's a shop, it's a community facility, and so attached to those 200 units will be families, they will be businesses, and there will be community enterprises like the one you heard from in public participation. There will also be an overlap between the two concerns. So you will have heritage buildings that are sheltering artists like the Writers' Trust. So in terms of what you're proposing, there's about there is $500,000 per year in the Heritage Resilience Fund. Of that, I think it's about 15% is used for conservation work. So that is protecting heritage buildings from decay, essentially. That is quite an important funding line from the point of view of when we impose regulation saying that buildings must be protected, that does impose additional transactive costs upon owners. That is the only way the council recognises those costs and seeks to support them. There's $50,000 that is used for the resource consenting system, and that is to lessen the impact of the administrative burden that goes with heritage on owners. And then the remainder is used for heritage resilience funding, so strengthening earthquake-prone buildings and the various processes that go with that. If you remove $150,000, that will leave $350,000. Sorry, it's always risky for me to do maths at the table. And what we may need to do is look at the balance between the resilience portion of the fund and the conservation portion of the fund. Essentially what it will mean is you will be able to help fewer people, and your ability to fund a larger building that has greater costs will be impacted. And you'll have to make a choice between how you spend that fund, between dividing it across a heritage area or just funding one or two large buildings.
Great. Did we get an answer to the other part of Mayor Whānau's question about the impact on drawing funding from other budgets, like as is proposed in the amendment?
So I'll need to see the final form of the amendment.
Yes, could we have that on screen, please?
Because I've got a feeling I don't administer the other budgets. So therefore that'll be fine. No, I think Gisela would be better to answer those.
I'd quite like Sean to answer it.
I would say though that the reason why Gisela and I are in this conversation and have brought this to you is because the primary indication we have had is that councillors wish to address the affordability of rates in the city. So that is why we are looking at transferring from one to the other, rather than simply adding it to the demand that will generate higher rates.
That's right. Thank you. Question from Councillor Pannett.
Gisela, thank you for all your help on this. So just following up our conversation at lunchtime about the future of the Living Wage Fund, would you be sympathetic to an amendment which just says that maybe that the Grants Committee recommends to the Social Committee that it then recommends to the Long-Term Plan Committee that issue of stable funding be considered in the next budget round?
Point of clarification, do you mean in the next annual plan?
Yeah, or it might even have to be the next LTP. After the money finishes in 2027, so yeah, for 2028.
So there are 2 years that need to be, if you wish to have this fund operate, there are 2 years of funding you need to find. But then our anticipation was that it would form, if councillors in the new Taranam want to take it through, it would form a proposal into the next LTP. And we would take the 2 years of this refocus fund, we would be reporting back on the outcomes of that, and you would, or your successors would consider that.
So is it helpful to have an amendment to that effect, do you think, just so it's clear?
I think that's really up to you, that if you wish to direct the next council that you support this going into the LTP, then absolutely. It doesn't solve the problem, of course, of the financing this next 2 years, as Sean has alluded to.
Yep, and then just the other question I had was around the interplay between artists, where they live and where they create, and these heritage places. So could you envisage, for example, that you could set up a similar Cuba Carnival but in Lambton Quay? Would it provide the environment to unleash creativity in the way that Cuba does?
Well, in a strange way, actually, because I ran WOW and we interact with Lambton Quay and their operations through Dress the Street initiatives. In a short-term way, you could, but I understand the point of the question is, what is the interplay between built environment and the way visitors experience an artistic thing like a festival occurring in a beautiful or interesting cityscape, and truly there is value in that.
And an ungentrified way too, yeah.
Mea whānau.
Sorry, this actually goes back to my first question. So now looking at the amendment, so what impact does it have on the creative capital OPEX budget? The proposal to take 75k from there, what impact does that have? Just trying to understand I know that it's moving buckets, but I need to know.
The trade-offs.
Yeah.
So it won't surprise you that in a general sense, my job here is to always advocate for not giving with one hand and taking away with another. So the tensions around the LTP not including the Living Wage Fund and us not going back to seek an increase through the annual plan or the LTP committee, which we understand, of course, because you have so many other pressures on you and we're all paying rates. So the tension there is that you increase with 600 but then you reduce with 300. You know, that's always been the difficulty. We've absorbed as much as we can through a series of technical matters, 150,000. Okay, so we've brought to you the remaining 150,000. If you direct us to find it in the creative capital OPEX, we will do that. From my perspective, it overall reduces the amount of money available to the arts, but that's a political discussion for you to weigh up equally worthy things, the heritage and the arts. That's your job, isn't it? In the short term, how would we consider that? We would think about, do we reach into some of the visual arts programs like Arts on Walls, or we've given the Public Art Fund their first increase in 10 years. Do we consider that? We've considered, we did discuss this briefly yesterday, we've considered would we cut the City Sister Festival that's in development, or would we tackle it through considering we always retain some degree of a relatively small amount of funding in order to deal with crises that arrive in arts organisations. So what would be an example of what we've funded through that? Actually, Footnotes lease on their dance studio, we were able to respond to that. So we have some funding that we use in a proactive way to respond to arts organisations. So we would think about those as places that we would look to, but I couldn't say to you now we would settle on one of those. We'd be weighing it up.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to delve into that a little bit more because it talks about OPEX and then creative capital. So what work programs, I think you're talked about grants and other things, but in terms of operational work program, what would a 75k cut be?
Well, those things like the Public Art Funds sit in our OPEX, so they don't come through the grants committee, so your money is ring-fenced, but other things that we run sit within our OPEX. So it's salaries, contracts and services, in effect. There's always, at the end of with any planning, you have an allocation that you make and then it plays out during the year, and there are always timing issues around contracts. So, for instance, Councillor Brown sought through the council probably about 18 months ago to support Dame Kerry Prendergast's bid for the National Music Centre, and we were asked to find 182,000 through OPEX. So we just cast decisions you make and weigh them up against what we're planning to do, and we amend it. But effectively everything we do, whether it's running the Public Art Fund, supporting arts organisations, working with Newtown to think about where they're going, driving the National Music Centre, or picking up a traffic management plan, all of that runs through our OPEX. It's the Ahotini, the OPEX is Ahotini action plan, really.
Right. And then just a secondary question about the Heritage Fund. Would you be able to tell me the spread of funding toward publicly accessible buildings? I'm just wondering, looking at the conditions of the fund, it appears to me to be focused on private landlord and private use as opposed to something that is public.
So in general it is to buildings that are in private ownership. So buildings like the Town Hall, for example, aren't eligible for the HIRIF. There are, however, publicly accessible buildings in there, so things like the Lilburn Cottage that's used for writers' residencies. I don't have the number to hand, and I'm not sure how long it would take to calculate it.
Okay, if there are no further questions, there are further questions. Deputy Mayor Finn.
Just with the amendment, can I just check the 2.4.2, this first 75,000, that's is proposed to be taken from this year's finish of budget, and the second part is for next year's budget. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions. Thank you, officers. We will now move to debate. Right. Pardon me, I would prefer not to. What's the reason for the adjournment? Okay, we can take a 5-minute adjournment. Please be back no later than 1:28. Thank you. Turn to the table. Right. So just before we proceed, I'm just going to note that there is an amendment which is to be introduced by me on behalf of a member who's not a member of this particular subcommittee. So I'm just going to introduce, I'm going to move the paper first, and then, that means I can't. Okay. Could I please ask Councillor Brown to move this paper? Would you mind?
I'm very happy to do that.
Thank you. And could I ask Mayor Whānau to second this paper? Thank you. And then I will move this amendment, and Deputy Mayor Whānau, I understand you will second? Great. Okay. First of all, just to resolve that, Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak to the substantive?
Good on Councillor Pettit for coming up with our officers with, I feel like, a very good solution to a wee problem, and anything which enables us to maintain this funding is great.
Okay. Mayor Whānau, would you like to speak to the substantive? No. Okay. I will introduce this amendment. I'm hilariously going to actually speak against this amendment despite introducing it. And the reason for that is mainly my concerns around process. The paper before us contains a recommendation to a higher committee, namely the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee, whose chair is, well, on this subcommittee, but is temporarily not in the room. The correct place to have this debate would be at that committee, and I am aware that, welcome, the grant subcommittee is delegated only to discuss things under 150,000, but I would just remind councillors that the original capitalisation of the Living Wage Fund was to be 300,000. So we are already taking a 50% haircut on what was originally anticipated to compose this fund. And I think to reduce it any further, such as is in my amendment, would be a very bad idea. So I would urge you all to vote against this, and if you do wish to further interrogate this topic, although again I lament the possible double handling that will come with it, to debate it at the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee where this conversation is more appropriate. Deputy Mayor Whānau, do you wish to speak as seconder of this amendment?
Yeah, I'll reserve, thanks.
Okay. Any debate? Yes, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Chair. It's been suggested that I do, and look, I don't want to irritate the members of the committee because I'm not on it, but just given the importance of this area to me and my long history with it, I thought that would be helpful. So just to be clear, the reason we have this fund for private people, a relatively small amount of money in comparison to building a sludge treatment plant or maintaining roads, is that for two reasons. One is that we impose a regulatory burden on owners when we agree to a listing, which means they can't do other things. And two, because it has a positive benefit to our city. So I'm aware of the need to right very deep historical wrongs around the heritage of other people, and that does need to be sorted. But I think for most Wellingtonians, streets like Cuba Street, for example, would be seen, and Newtown would be seen, and Rāapa Street would be seen to have a great deal of value, and the city without it would be much the poorer for it. We're also at high risk of having an earthquake, or many earthquakes. Councillor Young will be the only colleague here who will remember the trauma of going through earthquakes which weren't even our earthquakes in 2016 for you, Councillor Young, but I remember 2013 as well. It was very, very difficult. They weren't even major earthquakes, but they caused a lot of damage and took up a lot of time and cost a lot of money. So this is, we chose the shaky isles at various times, and we need to unfortunately pay for that. I would also just make the point that that artists do thrive in areas which haven't been gentrified, which aren't too expensive, which sometimes are a bit low value, which is why, parts of our city and the CBD are not places where some of this work flourishes. We have made a commitment through our through many council policy documents and decisions that resilience is a high value, just given the risks that we have. I do support the living wage. I was a part of the first council that agreed to it, and as I was reflecting last night, everyone knows or has a family member who's an artist and knows that they live in a degree of poverty, so it is right that it should come from this. My issue is also with process, is that unfortunately I wasn't aware of this work until Monday morning when the Deputy Mayor alerted me, and it's basically taking money to pay one good outcome, but from a completely different fund. This is a urban regeneration and resilience fund, not so specifically an arts one, although I'd argue it does have some overlap. So this amendment is a compromise on my part personally, but I'll just speak unofficially on behalf of the heritage sector. I have done a little bit of consultation just to try and achieve two good outcomes, which is a resilient city and a city where artists can afford to live in. And I just want to end by saying the public submitter this morning was an excellent example of how when we get business and creatives together, we can do some really good things. We do not want to push people out into the suburbs or out of the city. They need to be here, and by doing some modest upgrading of the building, an arts facility has been able to be established with a small amount of ratepayer money, not many millions of dollars, and that's the kind of thing that we need to continue to encourage. I appreciate that the Deputy Mayor has tried to find a way through this. I'm grateful for that, and I hope at least that you can support it, because we are going to have more earthquakes, and the trauma of that and the economic and social and cultural loss of that is just something I don't think the city can stand. Kia ora.
Thank you. Mayor Whānau?
Very quickly, I do appreciate the councillor bringing this compromise. We should do more of that. However, after listening to the officer's advice, for me it's kind of weighing up the arts and heritage, and the arts were part of my platform, and so I will be voting it down.
Thank you. Councillor Young?
Thank you. So I am conflicted because, of course, I have always opposed the living wage, but I also feel that people who have heritage properties buy them knowing that they are heritage and they have associated costs. But I do also think that the council increases those costs by our various consenting and sometimes rather bureaucratic approaches. So I am very conscious of the significance of areas like Newtown and Cuba Street to our streetscape and to the way, as I own Councillor Pannett said, for festivals and things, Cuba Street is a really magic area, and so I will support this. I don't like a lot of things about either side, but I'm just trying to be pragmatic, and we need to make sure we do help heritage people if we can in small ways. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
Kia ora anō. I will not be supporting the amendment on the table today. And prior to this, there has been $500,000 allocated to the Heritage Resilience and Regeneration Fund, and without this amendment, that would hope to restore that funding back up to a higher amount. There's still $350,000 available if this amendment does not pass, which I see as more than enough to continue the vital work for our heritage, but also ensure the living wage. The second reason that I will not be supporting this is I think it's better to do things clear-cut and operating. If we're looking at a grants budget, that it's taken from the grants budget, and I don't quite like fishing into operational expenditure and officers' operational staffing budgets. I tend to try and stay away from it. So those are my two reasons for not supporting today, but I do think the interest in collaboration around the table.
Fantastic. Any further debate on this amendment? Was that a hand? Yes, Deputy.
Yeah, no blue wand.
Yes, it is
Would you like to
debate.
speak? Okay, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, kia ora and thank you, Councillor Panna. I know that this mahi that you've really had to stay on the space and I don't want to say fight the ground, but the Heritage Fund does do good work. Just coming from Newtown, I can just, in Cuba Street, but just the building owners are a bit stuck because they can't move either way because of the costs and then the changing laws. So I appreciate this fund being here as a carrot for those organisations to lift our town centres in our city. Run. I think my amendment was meant to try and help. I don't know that it has or it will by the mood of the meeting, but I guess it was providing an option should people wish to go for it as we are at the end of a financial year. That was the point I was trying to make. But yeah, it's just really unfortunate to be having to be putting these two kaupapa up against each other, the living wage, which we desperately need, and appreciate that the Heritage and Resilience Fund is doing a good job for our city. So I will be supporting part of it and not 2.4.22. Thank you.
Okay. Any further debates before I give my right of reply?
Could we have a division when it comes to the vote, please?
Yes. Right, I'll give my right of reply. Look, the first notion against which I wish to gently push back is the notion that this is a compromise. The recommendation before us, I really wish to re-emphasise, is already a compromise of 50%. The message that we are sending to our arts community by cutting the living wage fund that we are proposing to supply them with in half is already not a great one, and to cut it in half again is an even worse message to send to the arts community. To go from 300,000 to 75,000 is a bit of a slap in the face, to be honest. I would also like to remind members of the committee that even under the recommendation that is before us, the Heritage Fund would continue at $350,000 a year, which is significantly more than the Living Wage Fund would have access to. Private owners will still continue to get that money to subsidise the thing. We've just approved earlier today a facade and building be strengthened on Cuba, or some work be done on a building in Cuba Street that came in under that sum, or round about that sum at least. So I just want to push back again on the notion that we are totally burgling the Heritage Resilient Fund. It will continue operating. It will be fine. And under the recommendations before us today, our artists also will share a bit of the pūtea and resource that we have available. Finally, I just want to speak on the idea that we would raid operational coffers to fund part of this, and the notion that we would be taking away from the creative capital team's budgets is one that I think will directly affect our arts community. Not only our ability to pay artists a living wage, but also our ability to create a good interactive roster of staff who are able to effectively interact with the community and get that money where it needs to go to our vulnerable artists, our innovative artists, and the artists that make Pōneke what it is. So I urge you to vote down this motion and return to the substantive. Kia ora. Okay. I would now like to put this amendment, which has been moved and seconded. We will take a division. Deputy Mayor Finn, do you wish to take anything separately?
No, because I don't think the amendment is achieving what I wanted it to achieve. So
right. Okay. We will take everything together. And just a reminder, we are voting on the amendment, not the substantive. Okay, kua ngere. We move back to the substantive. Is there any further debate? Has the second...
So could you just tell me what the vote was, please, as I can't see it?
Sorry, that was 2 in favour and that was 5 against.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Had the seconder, or Mayor Whānau, do you wish to speak on the substantive? No. Is there any further debate? Yes, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora tātou. I just briefly wanted to acknowledge the mahi of Andrew and Gisela, and we spoke about it a little bit earlier, but working across several industry groups in Wellington, there's been a really warm reception in terms of this review. I've been at several rallies and events, the end of Fringe Festival, a rally at Meow Nui on Friday. There's a public petition to save the Living Wage Events Fund at Wellington City Council as well. It's been a hot topic for quite a while, so I'm really pleased that we've been able to retain $150,000 for this grant. As we can pretty easily observe in the Wellington climate, artists and local venue owners are kind of facing quite a significant pressure towards Live Nation, Ticketmaster, the big and the brightest, the industry giants moving into Wellington. And living wage for me is definitely something that hits our low income artists the most in terms of the support. Many artists earn far less than a living wage. I was at a show once that every performer who was on stage was taking home $3.50 at the end of the night prior to receiving the Living Wage Fund. And that small grant that went to a small event was able to give people a lot more mana and confidence in being able to rehearse and invest more of their time into the creative sector. Without support for the living wage, we risk losing the local and leaving only the industry giants, which is, I guess, the key point I wanted to make. We also know that most underpaid artists are Māori, Pacifica, queer and disabled. So it's not just a good policy for our city to have in supporting the living wage, but something that really helps meet council's objectives. Just to kind of close out, I think it's like a pretty common saying in the sector that without arts, there's a city without a soul. And the art is what we use to tell our stories, to communicate with one another, and to emotionally connect with other people without directly doing so. And I think there's a really strong collective there. So, mihi to this massive amount of work, and I'm really thankful that as I'm leaving council, we are still investing in the living wage. So, ngā mihi nui.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the substantive? Okay, right of reply, Councillor Brown.
I certainly support maintaining the Living Wage Fund to the tune of $150,000. I think it is a shame that we've stuck with it all coming from the Heritage Resilience and Regeneration Fund, and that we weren't able to agree with Councillor Pannett's and our arts team's compromise proposal, but there's the breaks. So this is not as good as it could have been, but it's still better than not going ahead with this.
Thank you. If there is no more debate, I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Mea nā ka whakai, pāwhiri a te tahi, mea nā ka whakahe, pāwhiri a te rua. Kua mana, I declare the motion carried. Right, that concludes our business for today. I'd like to wish Councillor Young well on her trip to see the new NZSO's CEO. I'm very jealous. Thank you everyone for attending, and please join me in a karakia if you wish. Unihia ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātea, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū, koi ara e rongo e whakairi ake ki runga, kia wātea, aira, kua wā. Thanks everybody.